It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Hello, chatto! It's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, the summer is here, and with it brings a chance for us to build a squad for the Europa League. We only have £7 million of actual liquid transfer budget, and some of that has already been spent, but worry not, as we've got some big sales to make. In other news, I inhaled a fly earlier and was nearly sick. All that and more coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons. Well, okay, it was slightly delayed. I ran out of things to say, even though I had more things to say, but I rushed myself, and then we ended up in this situation. So, I don't know how I feel about that entirely. How's it going, chat? How was your... What's the weather? Ah, grey. My favourite colour of... Well, grey. Why would you swallow a fly? Not on purpose. And I didn't swallow it. I inhaled it. Which is far worse. Oh, my lord. Wait a second. I've got to catch up on these.
Welcome aboard, aficionados. You've just cast your line into the finest stream in the sea. SecondYellowCard is real live and ready to scale new heights. Whether you're here to tune into tactics, krill some time, or just have a whale of a good time, you're in the right place. From floundering in the lower leagues to swimming upstream to glory, it's time to dive into some fantastic Football Manager action, with plenty of bated breath moments and net gains.
Bated breath! Amazing. I see those M dashes. Don't think I don't see them M dashes. Bagpuss, thank you for the 49 months and the wonderful rendition of whatever that was. That was actually surprisingly good, frankly. NUFC Pro, thank you for the 14 months as well. Kasam, thank you, or CSAM, thank you very much for the follow. For some reason, when I said Kasam, I immediately thought of Oxford United. Quintex as well, thank you for the follow. Toffee Boy, thank you for the 42, and we are up to Doot. Ah, dear. How is Mike? I haven't seen Mike. I was supposed to see Mike a couple of weeks ago, but unfortunately, there was some family stuff going. Basically, closed Nam passed away, so naturally they didn't want to come up and just dick about with Pog and I. So that sucks.
Park your sea bass on the couch and get ready to celebrate goals, groans, and guilty pleasures with the most elite FM community on Twitch. Don't be coy. Drop a message in chat and let's get this stream cracking.
Pog indeed pretty much has her start date, yes. I put it in the Discord yesterday, but God, look at the way my back of my hair's sticking out. Ooh, I quite like that. Not the top bit. Go away. I need a haircut. But yes, so in theory, September 1st. They've completed everything. They're getting the contract over to her in theory today, so she can. I mean, she's working a notice period, but I'm just like, why would you do that? You owe them fuck all. You don't owe them shit. Why would you do that? But sure, why not? She's decided to do that anyway. Mr. Buffon. Oh, I'm Buffontin, mate. Call me Gigi, because I am Buffontin. Right place for this fish. Oh, you are. Absolutely. How goes it save? I'll tell you what. Let me go off my big face, because I have things to discuss, to be honest. Because, firstly, I found a really cool little menu that I'd never noticed before. Hey, would you believe it? And did I do a jump around? No, because I only noticed it this morning and I was sat down. But you obviously can't see the request queue, but the mods can. I have 2 requests in my own request queue because I knew that I would forget about this. But after last stream, when I was progressing between the end of the season and like where I've got us up to now, i.e. date that players sign for us, I found 2 rather interesting things that I thought, yeah, chat will like that. Chat will like that a lot. Oh no, I'm all about the geese. Although, did see river cows this morning. Not just river cows, but close-up river cows. They were on my side of the river, and they were on both sides of the path, which means I was like 3 feet away from the river cows. And I took a lovely video for you as well. It was tremendous. They were even closer on the way back as well. But it was at that point that, unfortunately, I inhaled a fly. I was just running along, and I inhaled a fly. Still complete my intervals, but then when I stopped to go down to the walking bit, I was nearly sick. So that was not fun. I don't know quite. I think actually one of those things that would just sort of work itself out. But yeah, that was incredibly uncomfortable. I was just walking along and I felt this kind of sensation as it hit my throat. Really unfortunate. Inferno!
With her Jaguar and all. Never fear, for the Lord Protector of Mods is here. You know that Cromwell that lives in Ely. He is me. I am him. Ready to roundhead the Cavaliers. Ready for defenestration. The river cows are on my side. Dugongs of land, if you will. The river police are on my side. No room for highwaymen. Keep doing the work that pales in comparison. Bon chance. Tattoo and farewell.
Tattoo and farewell? I don't know what we're doing here. Oh. Okay, how long have you been there? Like, shallow plays? Because I know that A&E can be an absolute... Pog and I had to go to A&E last year, early summer I think it was, when Pog was getting chest pains. And we were there for a very long time. 6 days ago. Oh, really? Was it the Kurt Spam guy? Curious. Very curious. What did he say? I don't ever check unban requests, because usually people are getting banned in here. There's no reason to unban them. But yeah, the menu I discovered, I say menu, on this screen, hour or so. Okay, not too bad, I suppose. Check this out. So the squad status thing on the homepage, I thought, oh yeah, that's kind of useful or whatever, but it's not, because I never really paid attention to it. What it does do, though, is allow you to isolate players who have wanted symbols on them. I don't think you can do that on any other screen in the game. I'm pretty certain that there's no other. Now, the only thing this is missing is multi-select, of course. But I don't think there's another screen in the game that allows you to isolate players with wanted symbols on them. I just thought that was kind of interesting. And obviously this features our entire squad, so it's got like loads of youth players in there too. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that this was a possibility. All it's missing is the ability to like multi-select them. That would be tremendous at that point. I also like the 95 players are on holiday, but that isn't all of them. I guess it's because some guys are playing in the Euros this summer as well. Unbanned request video. That'd be a very short video. I think there's like probably just that one, honestly. Let's be honest. Want you to do another? Yeah. At the end of the day, that might be true, but someone that's going to behave like that in chat isn't really someone that we like. It sucks, but that's just not what we want in this chat, is it? Like, these are the decisions. You live and die by your decisions, right? It's the standard sort of thing, and that may well be the case. But then what I would also suggest is, right, I assumed basically that it was a very young person, because I generally tend to assume that with most of this kind of stuff. Which means that if they've seen my Notts County FM20 save, that they are at least that was 5 years ago. So it's like, realistically, how young could you possibly be at this point to still be behaving like that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We did have one that... We've had a couple of no, it was my my son that did it. That was always fun. Hello, Archer. I don't think... It is summer holidays. Of course it is. The time out for lunch, not taking his job. That's a good point, actually. Very good point. So I have 2 lookups for you, chat. But just like it that YouTube... Just because you're a jolly come lately, Harv. Like, jolly come late. Just because you're a jolly come lately. How did the son do it? Oh, I have no idea. Like, for example, I had someone subscribe to the Patreon the other day and then ask for a refund because they said it was their son, which could well be the case, obviously. But I just thought it was interesting. But why specifically that? But it probably was just that. Like, it's not like I have loads of stuff hidden behind a paywall on Patreon, in fairness. So it probably was that. I just found that quite funny that that's the sort... Like, why have all things that? It's like you get your dad's credit card and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to subscribe to SecondYellowCard's Patreon. That's going to really show him. You can't fight City Hall, but you can subscribe to my Patreon. Oh, dear. But I'm looking forward to seeing them play. Wasn't there like a 16-year-old score for Liverpool yesterday or something? Need to fix my... We weirdly actually have had a few more recently, which is pretty cool. Maybe it's just people getting in ready for FM26, to be fair, for like get the region sorted. Hopefully that's a thing that's possible. In fact, regardless of whether it's possible natively, it will be possible because Hadrian's figured out a way to do it anyway. Next 6 months, holy shit, on a yearly basis. I don't know if you can. I don't know why, Steve. I suspect, Steve, the reason they do it on 6 months, this is if I was to be cynical, and I am very cynical, I suspect that the reason they only let you do it on 6 month basis is because they want to reserve the right to put their prices up more frequently, and as a result, they don't want you to get... I suspect that's what it is. It's shit, but that is, I imagine, what it is. Whereas this is another thing I like about Patreon. Not only do they let you do yearly subscriptions to Patreon, they also give you a discount for doing it. It's like, hey, it's almost like there's an incentive there. But like, hey, Twitch are a bit backwards on that kind of stuff. That being said, they did introduce that treasure train thing, which was quite funny. Turns out the 35% off thing actually happens before the treasure train. I thought it was like caused by the treasure train, but there you go. But I was in another person's chat the other day and it happened. Stewie, thank you for the 37 months. They might be right,
Morning,
Pastor.
Matto and Chatto. A fleeting visit as I enjoy Avanti West Coast's finest locomotives on the way to the Big Smoke with the family.
I hate to see
Please don't break into my house. There's at least £7 of things in there.
Shit, I'm afraid I was only going to be targeting houses with at least £9 worth of things, so you are in fact safe. Yeah, they probably don't think I'm going to be around in 8 months, and to be fair, given what my ops have been saying, I suspect that's probably correct, right? Oh, it does give a discount. Okay, that's not too bad. Actually, 15% is quite good. I think Patreon's only 10. Or I might be able to control that myself. I'm not sure. Either way, Patreon still gives you a much better cut. So I'm more than happy for them to do a smaller discount if it means that like they make it better for me anyway, and in theory for the user too. Very interesting. Thank you, Harv. Right, I'll show you the first one. Get ready for this one, chat. Because not only is the Girona manager wild, it's his managerial history. How did I not notice this? Adam Lafondra is the Girona manager in this save. Have to redo team reports, guy. Yes. But I'm not going to do it immediately because but the weird thing is the scout did retire, but for some reason all of his reports are still listed. So I am going to have to manually cancel them. Not that it makes any difference whether I do or not, but I probably will anyway because that will allow me to redo them. But I'm not going to be able to do the thing I did again. I'll probably just, what I'll do is like next summer, because we wouldn't see a lot of these anyway, I'll go through and I'll just do my normal method to like scrape up any things that we might have missed because we could have lost a few like potentially useful ones in there. It's just hard to tell which ones. Yeah, Lafondra, but wait for it. It gets better because they actually bottled it massively, by the way. Remember Girona were sitting up here? Yeah. They absolutely ate shit in the end of the season. I forget what their past position. They were literally 4th place, match day 29, match day 31, 5th place, match day 35, and then ended up coming 8th. They somehow, yeah, they got Europa League, and I think that's because I think they won the Europa League, though. Which is kind of fun, actually. But they damn near didn't get European football at all. I want to just see their schedule. Yeah, they beat... they beat Everton in the Europa League final. So I suspect the reason that their league form suffered somewhat is because they were somewhat focused on the Europa League, knocking out Mainz, Sporting, and beat... That's quite a good run, actually. To give them their credit, they have fully tanked it in the league. I mean, let's just have a look at their... If I just get rid of that, you could see why they fell off. There is a lot of red in there. Like a lot of red. So I did have a little look. They were the only ones that were like... Actually, wait till you see the Conference League final. Why were they in here? Arsenal won the Conference League over Stade Rennais, 6-1. But why were Arsenal in the Conference League? This just seems unfair. Look at 3 of the last 4 winners as well. Fulham, Sevilla, Everton and Arsenal. Where are the fun teams? Conference League's been absolutely diabolical in this save. New team lost. I don't think it is. I think Stade Rennais were actually already eliminated. Girona is a new team lost. 100%. Like, I probably wouldn't have ever wanted to manage Girona anyway, just because of like the City Group stuff. It's just a little bit uninteresting. They are quite well fun. Oh, I say that. Actually, I wouldn't have hated the idea, I suppose. But yeah, so they are now off the list. And obviously the Champions League, I believe... I actually don't know what the final was. Liverpool back-to-back Champions Leagues. No fun team. It is, Steve. In this save, it fully is a no fun team. Sort of my youth recruitment to boost your team report numbers. The problem is, though, nothing specific. As far as I know, you can't search... You can't right-click and get youth team reports from that screen, can you? Unless I'm missing something. Because if you can, that's a game changer. But as far as I know, you can't. Because I think that was one of the first things we tried to do. That's the biggest issue. There's only certain screens that the game will let you right-click on a team and actually get their youth team as a report rather than the main team. Because the main team's not really that useful for this unless you're doing... There's certain places where it is, but I find that what you really want is the under-19 squads. Not removed from day one. Really? Okay. Who is this Pedro bloke? It is a guy that Leeds signed all of 10 years ago, in fairness. Hot dog. Man's kind of shift. He's kind of like... He's just super consistent. Who's off the list? So basically, the way that it works in the save is that any team who's ever been in a European final is eliminated. So we have a big spreadsheet that already has all the ones prior to the start of the save. And that includes Cup Winners' Cup, Europa League, UEFA Cup, Conference League, although there's a few history of that, and of course Champions League and Cup Winners, European Cup before that. And then once the save starts, it becomes Champions League, Europa League, Conference League. So it eliminates quite a lot of teams, and it's designed to basically keep the save difficult and not just allow you to just jump to a big side and, win it like that, basically. That's the problem, nothing specific with that. Is that issue alone? I try to save clicks, basically. And bear in mind as well, just because they have good youth facilities does not mean they are producing good youth players or players at all. That's the reason I do the national team squads, because a team could, for example, have really good facilities and stuff, but if you haven't got the database set up the way that you want it to, there could be 0 players in their squads. So that's where I go after the international team squad ones, because that way I can guarantee that in the last 2 seasons they have had players in those squads. So it's like a sort of... It sets a precedent that they are at least producing footballers in this save. Row number 6. He's an extremely good signing for Spurs, but it makes me more angry at Fulham at the same time. Particularly as it looks like Dewsbury Hall's gone to Everton. Again, it's that meme of the do something. Just what are we playing at? It feels like it's actually gone deader than it was before. Everton did. I love how Everton just always seem to have unlimited money. I realise that's not the case, but it always seems like they've just got like, bam, bam, bam. Managed to always be linked with these players, and you're like, how? At some point, I know they've got the new stadium and all that, but at some point, like, what is the... I don't know. Could buy anyone? I don't know. I'd like us to at some point. No, we've still not... Well, we have technically signed someone. It's Benjamin Lecomte. Wally, thank you for the 15 months. And Zeke with the 49. That's so close to 50. That's ridiculous. You'd love to see it. No, we still haven't signed anyone. Not really. Like, I don't consider a backup goalkeeper from Montpellier a signing. Dewsbury Hall does... like, sound like a... He sounds like a Fulham signing. If you've got a double-barreled name, get in there. You know? So yeah, he's ridiculous. Now, just on the Adam Lafondra thing, which still baffles me, I haven't even shown you his managerial history yet. Positive net spend. Really? Oh, fair play. But then it's more down to, like, how are they convincing these players to sign for them? Because, like, I actually really have a soft spot for Everton in many ways, but it's not like they've been particularly successful in recent years. Most seasons it's been like a start the season, oh Christ, we might get relegated. They never do because they're Everton and they're better than that. And then they always end up finishing just actually quite a long way out of the relegation zone. It's just like, it always feels a little bit dangerous. It's like Everton, like they like to live on the edge. They're one of those people that they're like an adrenaline junkie football team that kind of goes, oh, no, we're fine. Moyes actually building, I guess, but then Moyes usually prefers the older types of player, right? Unless these guys are slightly older. The new stadium definitely helps, but I don't think a new stadium inherently makes a team better. Forest Cotriore, how much, what's the fee? Because that's one of those deals that I'm okay with for the right fee. Cheetah, how's it going, man? Welcome back to chat. This is all, please take this for what it is, which is just pure jealousy to seeing a football club actually linked with players and trying to sign them. It would be so sick. I say this entirely as a team that, like, wants his team to be doing that too. I'm just jealous, is what I mean. Yeah, so Adam Lafondra's managerial career. Trading him to trap players. I don't know why it would, though. I'm just like... Also, I can sort of see why they'd appoint him. But yeah, Lafondra was in charge of Bristol City, which is... Didn't sign. He hasn't signed yet. Don't you dare link me that tweet again. A lot has happened. Do tell, Cheetah. Catch us up, friend. It's lovely to have you back in chat. I know you had to make a new Twitch account. Yeah, so he actually did all sorts. He managed Pennybont. He was managing in Wales maybe a year after we were there. Or when we were there and I just never noticed. I think it was just after we were there because it was Mariska and then 2 seasons in Wales. Chelsea Red Betis Rotsford. Oh, nice. Congratulations, man. Congratulations on the new flat as well. You might have noticed that I am in a different abode as well. He's had a better career than me. Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, before he even became a manager, man's had a better career than me. It's Adam Lafondra. We all have a soft spot for Adam Lafondra, though, just because he's a massive FM fan. But yeah, Châteauroux, from Wales to France, to Barnsley, to Stoke, Bristol City, Kilmarnock, Young Boys, back to Bristol City again, and he was good at Bristol City. He's part of the reason that Bristol City, as far as I remember... Did he get them promoted? No, I think he took over after them. Actually, no, maybe not. Okay, see, he's actually done weird things. Maybe not as good as I thought, actually. So Adam Lafondra is the first thing. Secondly, got jumped by Polish Ultras. Were they Polish Betis fans? Chikwueze offered... That feels like the sort of deal that will come back later. With any Chelsea player, I feel like you're better going at the end of the window on Chelsea players. Like, let them sweat a little bit. So yeah, Huddersfield. I can't believe I didn't notice this. Huddersfield won League 2. These guys were in the National League last season. Sorry, not Chelsea. Oh, Chikwueze. Wait, who am I thinking of at Chikwueze? I swear Chikwueze was a Chelsea player. Did they buy him off of Chelsea? Oh, I was thinking of Chukwuemeka, who I think was actually a Villa player. I think. But he was an... Oh, Ugachukwu. Right. Okay, yeah. Endrick on loan. Do you mean Ardegoulet on loan? But it's impossible not... I think there's still remnants of that fly in my lungs, chat. I've got to be honest with you. Which Endrick? All of them? Just get them all. But yeah, so Huddersfield have got back-to-back promotions. They won the National League last season, and they won League 2 this season. But look at the season preview. Oh, at one point they were 1-91. Look how much favourites Huddersfield were, despite being a newly promoted side, to win this league. So they're back up. And do you know the reason for this? Huddersfield got a tycoon who admittedly has now, ironically, as of me finding him, they got a tycoon in the National League, which is fun, who has literally, since I found this, has already scaled down his funding. And this is what I mean about tycoons, and this is why Napoli having a tycoon is so outlandish, because most of the time, tycoons don't last very long in FM. Generally speaking, they scale down funding within a couple of seasons and then they kind of just disappear, right? The fact that Napoli have a tycoon that's been there for 11 years and has never stopped funding them, and has been visibly funding them, is actually insane. Now, the other thing is, ready for this, I had looked through their transfers. £1.1 million in the National League. They spent £900,000 on a player in the National League. I don't know what the National League transfer record is, but they bought this goalkeeper for 900 grand in the National League. They're fully Wrexhaming it. Now, I actually kind of am curious to know what the fee is. Not the fee, sorry, the National League transfer record. Because we should be able to figure that out, right? 17k a week, yeah. No, Napoli are actually owned by the wheelchair basketball guy in this save, as we found out, which is kind of cool. Right, National League records. Can you see this? Players? Wait, is it? Surely it's available, right? Is that not... Are we not able to actually see that information? Change the record? What, to this season? That's... Player records. These are all, like, statistics rather than, like... Is there a way to do, like, leading transfers by the league? Josh Stone's at 350. It makes sense that probably means that this is by far the record, then. Because I don't think you're going to see that much... You don't really see that kind of spending in the National League, even in FM saves. So the fact that they did that is kind of wild. So who the hell's Nico Pearce, right? He was absolutely crashing goals in. Now he's at Gillingham. Transfers on the league. What, and then leading... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. You might be right. Oh. Maybe not. The best we could kind of do is, like, do it like that. 900k there. Wait. Did two different... Oh, that was a transfer out, in fairness. Woking sold a guy to Brisbane Roar, though, for 900 grand the year before. This guy, Nicholas Martin. An Australian. 900 grand from the National League. Woking are absolutely loaded. 400k. 1.6 million. I mean, I'm assuming that is, again, Rotherham. Yeah, that's out. Wait, is there a way to... Oh, transfers in. I see, yeah. It is wild, though, that... Wait. Yeah, there it is. 23k, 140k, 200k, 60... Because you can see how much that deal actually... My God. Yeah, I think that should tell you everything. When these deals are like maximum 50, 60k, and they're spending... They spent 900 grand on a player. At least we know we can actually do that. It's a bit pernickety. It'd be cool if you could consolidate them all onto one screen. But as usual, this is Football Manager and you're not allowed to do things like that. Because that would be too fun. Let me catch up on that. We did that one. Where is he at? 2034 next gen winner. Wouldn't it be funny if it was just like a Tenerife player? How many leagues have I turned off? So actually, most of the leagues haven't been turned off yet. Because the dates for a lot of them starts on like the 19th of June and carries through to like the end of July, at the start of July. So we actually won't see the benefits of it until a little bit later into today's stream. Secret into the search bar. Yeah, why not? I want to be able to do like prompts in here and stuff. A cool name, love to see it. And... Oh, that is cool. Yeah, no, wow. An Australian called Phoenix Fleetwood. For when Fleetwood Town go out of business and the fans have to form a new one. That's still... I didn't realise Phoenix was the first name, for a start. Right. We have signed a player, obviously. This guy. He's here. It's only taken me nearly 20 minutes to tell you about him. I like him. I think he adds something to the team. I think he gives us depth on the right-hand side. I just think he's an excellent footballer. And more importantly, he has got elite potential physicals. Like, oh, the next one we'll look up. Sorry, my bad. That's what I was actually doing, wasn't it? But yeah, he's going to be great. I absolutely love this guy. I think eventually he's the guy that replaces Nagalo. For the time being, looks like me. How dare you? My hair is better than him. Yeah, he's a dribbly boy, which will suit our system flawlessly. Like, absolutely flawlessly. I am going to immediately get rid of the shoots from this... Wait. Why am I not allowed to discuss a new trait with him? Oh, it's because he's on holiday. I don't know what you mean, lazy number 9. No idea who you're talking about. Let me just quickly move to the left so you can see him. The Malmo Cup. That's such a fun game. Just straight across the Öresund Bridge. Right, next gens. It's World Awards, isn't it? No, it's not. It's Europe. Wait, is it not Europe? How do we get... Is it World Award? Oh, it is World. What am I talking about? It's not Golden Boy. So I was thinking of Golden Boy. Next gen. 2034's next gen was an Egyptian dude. Abdurrahman Abdelmayi. Oh, he's at Man United. Egypt has been chefing in this save. I know they have an insanely high youth rating and should chef more. His arms out of the way again. And he's a left back. And he's 140 million pounds. Well, to be fair, the way I look at it is I'm ringing him up and saying, oi, could you just stop shooting from range, brother? I beg of you. I love that you're French. You've already got to the... You're perfect for us, but you've got to stop shooting from range. But yeah, Adam Wharton became absolutely goated in this save. I believe he was at Liverpool, right? Where is he? Was it Manchester player or was it a different one? Oh, European Player of the Year. Yeah. He did become extremely good. We unfortunately can't see him anymore because he has retired. He looks so young there. But yeah, when he was at Liverpool, he was ridiculously good. After a random little stop by at Sheffield United for some reason. Porto winning. I don't... Oh, they did win a title. But I suspect it's... Oh, yeah. Back down to... third again now. Le Showins still right. It's actually kind of surprising that we didn't have a long to spend our time at Le Showins, and yet we've actually managed to build something quite sustainable there, considering where they were. And most of the players that we brought in probably aren't even still there anymore, given that we are like 5-6 years... No, not 5. 7 years removed from them now, but still. Hang on. BL Kianis? Sorry if I've said that incorrectly. Do let me know how to say it properly, though. Want to make sure I get that correct. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, I mean, you could look how good Benfica actually are. They're wild. Just an insane team. Sochaux 2. Third bottom from the league. Tony and I are going to have to discuss then. Both doing a bit of Sochaux magic. At least we'll have something to talk about on the podcast. Still at the showing. Probably Lima is still there. In fact, he's the captain, but I didn't technically buy him. Ironically as well, they also brought back Ricardo. So this is a bit of an old heads one. If you guys remember Ricardo, he was the right back that was there when we got to the showing, but was immediately sold because he had a really low release clause. So we never actually got to manage him. They brought him back again, which was kind of fun. But yeah, as for players we brought in, Carpio's still there. Lima's still there, but we didn't sign him. I thought that guy's name was Teddy Diddler. I'm pretty certain that the only player we actively signed that's still there, maybe Faye. Yeah, wow, okay. He was a great signing. Holy shit. He was like a random whim. So yeah, it's Faye and Carpio, who's 30 years old now and has been there for 10 years. Shout out to the Carp, though. Yeah, Tommel finally got sold for like very little money, if I recall. Yeah. Actually, no, to be fair, he got loaned to Udinese, then sold for 10 million, and then Udinese went, actually, don't fancy that. Not even interested. Who's he wanted by? Brentford and Valencia, of course. Ricardo just hates Roy Fleming. Hate it. Who is Teddy Didier? Would have to be French, wouldn't he? On loan from Forest. On loan from Dijon, the Mustard Men. Right. Okay. So, I obviously haven't signed anybody because there was nothing really to do as far as signings go. We have £6.38 million and a wage budget. Now, of course, we also have... oh, no, that includes Rezic because he's joined the club now. So that's fine. We also have some players that I'd like to get rid of. Stig Steinlein. What a name for Stig Steinlein. That sounds like a ferry company. All aboard the Steinlein. Yeah, Thomas Steinmetz, wanted. Listed for £39 million. Hang on. Surplus to requirements, £39 million. It can be one or the other, lads. Like, you can't hey, we don't need this player anymore. And then also have him listed for £39 million. Loan. Right, so, we have decisions to make. Because I'd love to, but we can't afford him. A loan is possible, but I suspect the wages would get in the way. If we're going to loan him, it would have to be at the end of the window. Which means they might drop their asking price anyway. However, this is why we need to discuss it, because we still have the Claudio situation to discuss. I think it's because he's always like just below. He's too expensive to buy, obviously, and his wages would be absurd. In fact, would he even sign for us at all? No, he wouldn't even come on loan. It's just funny as fuck that they're trying to sell him for 39 million whilst also saying they don't want him. Like, pick one. But before I lose my train of thought here. So, we're obviously on the Claudio. Oh, I can't... Why am I typing in Claudio and expecting that to come up with a player? The question is, if we can... Because I thought Claudio was excellent towards the end of last season. Our points per game with Claudio in the team was ridiculous over quite a large amount of matches. The thing is, Claudio could be better. But, and here is the big but, chat. I found someone that might be better than Claudio and is a year younger. Obviously, scout reports have been coming through in the, 3 to 4 weeks that I did off of, since last stream. I don't want to go too far. And a guy came through from Brundu. Get ready for this. What tactic am I playing? I'll just show you this for a moment. EU or non-EU? EU. Better now, I think. And EU. He's Danish. He's from Brøndby. And I think if I remember correctly, he has 18 work rate. He's about the same price. Maybe a tad more. But he's EU. And that is actually worth a lot of money to us. MD Games, thank you for the 33 months. Now, I must admit, I'm remembering even working game. The long story short, basically, is that we're trying to create chances by either getting the ball into these areas with an overlapping wing-back and creating, corridor of uncertainty passes for our shadow striker. That's one way of scoring goals. Or, alternatively, you get an overload here because of the inverted winger, and sometimes he can get into good positions to score as well. The other way is, less so than it used to be, is we have the wing-back pushed up right here because he's unable to anticipate these balls and cut out, and he gets lots of, he gets lots of interceptions here, which allows us to spring counter-attacks where we've already broken through their press, essentially, by forcing transitions. Secondly to that, we also love these little interchanges where one of these two will spin in deep, drop the ball to either this guy, or even him, and then one of these two will spin it behind the defence, which means that this guy likes to be offside trap, which means that they just make these brilliant runs because he's fast, and the CM runs from so deep that nobody tracks him properly, and they're usually preoccupied by him. Those are the main ways that we score goals, generally speaking. And so, yeah, God, look at me explaining myself properly. Most of what I remember about this guy is those two things. He may not be as good as I remember because he wasn't fully scouted at the time. Let me see if I can find him in our scout. I think I probably just shortlisted him, actually. I don't know.
Cooper,
how many players have we got on?
Oh,
wow, we're actually... it's this guy here. I didn't shortlist him. Casper Key is his name. Eisenbart. We're taking the hobbits to Eisenbart. Thank you for the follow. Right, ready? Maybe he's not as good as I remember. He has less tackling. But tell me you don't like his mentals and physicals. I mean... 18 work rate, 17 teamwork, good passing, which we could... Sorry, the DM which gets forward more often would obviously have to get rid of. The traits are a little bit weird, but we'd have to work on that. Technicals aren't amazing, but he's so good. It's a tough one, because let's just do a comparison. Oh, he's right there. Oscar Moore. Wait, for what role? Remember, we're talking about DMs on ball in midfield here. So, seems a bit better. Remember, he's a year older and is non-EU. These are important factors to take into account. Let me just get ball in midfielder. Defend? Is it defend or do you support these days? I actually forget. No, still defend. One day we might switch that, but for now I'm comfortable with that on defend. So, better marking on key. Worse tackling by a considerable amount. That is worth knowing. Aggression is actually slightly lower. Bravery a little bit lower. Anticipation also a little bit lower, actually. Concentration a little bit lower too. Positioning way, way better. Yes, but Claudio also lacks... Like, he's better in the tackle, but he's way worse positionally. Teamwork actually is pretty good on both of them, to be fair. Claudio's worse. Claudio is much worse physically. That's the thing. They're both right-footed. Can be trained. It can. But it's still very low. You can't train tackling. Well, you can a little bit. Can you get both? Well, you can't even afford one of them at the moment. Passing difference for Claudio. Yeah. It's a tough one because Claudio is a year older. In fact, how old is he actually? Is he a year older or is he just like... Is it less than that? Because they might just be into the next year of his life, so to speak. George C. Stokes, thank you for the 28 months. Personalities. 5 months old. Okay, so he's not that much older than him. Denmark is EU, which is a massive deal. That's the thing. The EU-ness. Role specific. So what is Casper Key adding outside of the pure role stuff? Isn't £4. Bear in mind, Claudio is on £1,000 a week at his existing deal. As in, if we signed Claudio, he's not going to be on £1,000 a week. In the same way that Casper Key wouldn't be on £1,000 a week either.
So
we can't use the wages as an example here.
Bench one day when suddenly a streaker runs past them. One of the nuns had a stroke. The other tried, but she couldn't reach.
Jesus Christ. Better non-EU players for the squad. No, Claudio's on loan. So we got a loan with an option on Claudio. So he would... let's see how much he'd actually cost. Keys cons. So he has got a slight injury proneness. That's it. He's adaptable, resolute personality on key. Let me just find... Casper would cost... Actually, don't know. I haven't checked. Between 9 and 14. Wages are between 12 and 18. Realistically, his wages are going to be on the lower end of that because he's got no Denmark caps, which is crazy. Green consistency. He might do. But remember, he will probably have that as well, considering he's not got bad consistency. There is... The traits do worry me. Resolute personality. Let's just have a look at Claudio again. I want to see his actual personality. Fairly determined. Does have green consistency. But no hint of professionalism about Claudio, which is another slightly worrying factor. Resolute indicates highish professionalism, whereas this doesn't. Media friendly and fairly determined. Like, he could still have it, but it doesn't indicate that he does. I mean, let me just see how much they'd want for him, actually, while we're here. So wage-wise, they're arguably the same. Fee-wise, Claudio is more expensive. We're probably paying more like 12 to 13 for Claudio. Max of... They're very similar. We can't afford either of them right now. Should we actually just have a little look and see what the clubs actually want? Rather than... It's good. The fact is, it's good to have both as options. Because if we can't get one, we might be able to get the other anyway. So it's nice to have two different like, it's rare that we find two players that we like in this role, because we can barely even find one most of the time. What was the footedness situation like on Key? Doesn't have a good left foot. Claudio does have good on both feet, which actually is good, but also could limit his development a little bit. Well, not limit his development, it just means it's using... Oh, no, it's only using CA if you retrain them, isn't it? I think, anyway. Hey, Jammy! Thank you for the prime. It's very kind. Yeah, the thing with... Basically, when I looked at Key, I wasn't doing a direct comparison. So I'm looking at things like work rate, teamwork, and all of this and going, damn, that's insane. But it turns out Claudio is actually pretty close to him on a lot of those metrics. The thing that Key is better than Claudio in is physicals. Like, he is bigger, but not being noticeably less mobile at the same time. He's just like a bigger version, basically. That jumping reach and natural fitness are extremely nice. Let's see. So let's see what they'd actually want to make this happen. Since you would join us, let's just do the same kind of things for both of them. We just offer them 9 up front. 15 to 20. That professionalism kind of matters as well. Having that professionalism is crucial because of the development element of things. It might be that he's not as good as Claudio now, and in some areas he kind of is, but it means that potentially over time we could see one of them propel past the other one. It's hard to say how important it is, because we've had players that are really good at tackling in this role that haven't really done anything. See, for example, Yildirim and even the Kraken. It feels to me like the work rate is actually more important, though they both have that, in fairness. Let's just see how much they'd actually want for him. So 10.75. Realistically, they're probably going to want 10.75. Oh, wow, they're not. Okay, right, this could be quite a moment. Because this is actually quite a lot they want for him now. I mean, not to say that the Brazilians won't do the same thing. Time to remove it. Yeah. That being said, Claudio did score a couple of goals when he did that. Please join Spurs. I think he's an excellent signing for Spurs, but I'm more angry at Fulham. You'll love him, basically. Passing isn't really useful for this role. You want it, but it's not like an absolute no-brainer. It's not like a prerequisite. Passing is useful, but not for this role. It's a ball-winning midfielder. His role is to get the ball and pass it to someone who can pass. That's more for the DLP role. The work rate is the most important thing for this role. Has it suffered a long-term injury? True. Stagger it. The thing is, if you stagger it, you end up having to pay more as well. So you're still having to pay somewhere around that kind of fee. Even if you stagger it, you'd have to pay more. Let me just see if they go for that. So 13.75 is a fuckload. It means we could probably stagger that and pay 14, but we'd have to stagger it. Let me just cancel that for the time being, because we don't want to actually do this right now. That's a lot of money. Almeida's not on the table, is he? Sorry? I know this isn't for this role, but hi, it's Flavio Almeida for 6.6 million quid for Flavio Almeida. It doesn't help us in any way because he would still be competing with Velasquez, but we said we wanted to find a player for that role. Is it because of lack of football? It is. Salzburg, Derby, Wolves and Salford. We know this guy's good. What, loan with an option on Flavio? Maybe. The problem is my worry is that the loan might be... the loan might end up being too expensive. Let's ask his agent first. He might not even sign for us. Ah, fuck. Once the Kraken leaves the club. The Kraken who is on loan. We can't do that either. I've never seen a player request to see that when a loan player leaves. Basically, he wants to become that player immediately because the wage demands are obscene. That's more than he's on now. Just really hates the Kraken. Work rate. Bear in mind, this is not for that role. Flavio Almeida is a playmaker. He's not a, like... He's got good tackling, actually, but he would not be a player that I would play as a ball-winning midfielder. He would be the guy next to him. He'd be the guy that we're rotating around with Velasquez due to European commitments. Maybe they must have beef from the Tenerife days. What was the Kraken's? See, this is the thing. The Kraken, really, you look at him and think he must be perfect for this role, but he just couldn't do it. The Kraken is quite cheap, but also has... Having had a season with him this season, he's showed me nothing that makes me want to sign him. Almeida just hasn't ever had a chance, has he? Anchor and halfback, was it straight to be up? I think ball winning midfielder is the best role. So it's one of those things where that role is so good, I wouldn't want to change it because it works, and our entire tactic works because that works. So to me, an anchor or a halfback is not going to do what I want the ball winning midfielder to do, because an anchor and a halfback is far less mobile by definition of what they do. An anchor is going to, like a halfback is going to drop right in, and an anchor is basically a static role, whereas a ball winning midfielder is a guy that's going to hunt the ball. That's what I want out of this role, and that's why it works, because one of the things this tactic relies on is transition phases. Let's see if we can find the loan costs. They might not go for it anyway. So we won't be able to loan Almeida no matter what we do. We'd have to buy him, which he will have sell-on value. The annoying thing is he does have 2 caps, and it's Croatia. Oh yeah, no, I've had that happen quite a lot. It's basically if you loan players from a club and then don't play them, the club will hate you for it. It's not so much to do with his his value will be there. But we can't remember, if we pay him more than £30,000 a week, we're also going to be paying someone else that same money, because we have a player with a match highest earner clause. I think it's Ruggeri, but I can't. Although, is it Ruggeri actually? Because if it is, that might not be an issue, because Ruggeri might be leaving this window anyway. Is it Ruggeri, or is it someone else? Let me check. No, it is Ruggeri. Okay, that's fine, because we want to sell Ruggeri anyway. What we really need to set this whole catalyst going is one of the Als to bid on Ruggeri. If we get rid of Ruggeri, and I'm not going to offer him out obviously because you know that will just destroy his value, that will start the wheels in motion of us being able to get all the different... It's kind of like, you know when you're buying a house, not that I've done this, the sort of chain element of things where we need other things to happen first, but then we can just kind of, yeah. Would that count as a new contract? Would which count as a new contract? TVR great. Yeah. Oh yeah. TDC is a must watch for me. Like the moment it's there, I'm like, get that shit on. Edwin's lost quite a lot of weight. I was noticing this. Ruggeri wage jumping up. I'm still not sure I understand. Essentially, any player we sign who has wages that are higher than Ruggeri, he will match those wages. So we've got to be careful, basically. Best idea I can give you, Stokesy, is probably ! Per chance in chat. It's a website that will actually give you save ideas, but like they're randomized, so you get some crazy shit. Yeah, he basically, any player I sign that's on more money than him, he will get that money. The same thing happened when I gave... I can't remember who it was. There was someone I gave a new contract. Was it Barnett? No, it wasn't Barnett, actually. It might have been Nagalo I gave a new contract to. Oh no, it wasn't a new contract. He got like a wage rise clause from his national team caps, and as a result, he got an extended deal out of it, basically. Right, okay. So I think what this is telling us is right now we have no wiggle room anyway, because we can't afford his wages and we can't afford to buy him anyway. So we can do one or the other. So we can afford the transfer fee, but not the wages, and vice versa. That's right now. That will obviously change as we progress into the window properly, because the window's only just opened. So we'll have to do a bit of business first and secondly. But once the dominoes on that start falling, and we can maybe offload a few guys, because I want to get rid of a few players, Ruggeri being one of them, Bauer being another, although Haribo did step it up a little bit, that will give us the wiggle room to maybe decide what we want to do. And there is a world where we could potentially get both Claudio and Kasper Key, because having 2 of them for the Europa League this year could be pretty fucking great. And we know that we could register him because Claudio's already registered with us. And Kasper Key's EU. Who are we buying? At the moment... Oh, and then there's obviously Almeida, who's EU anyway, because he's Brazilian-Croatian. So he's already an EU citizen. So that's perfect. And Conan as well, yeah. So out of the current players that are wanted... Sorry, but this has taken us a long time to get to this. FM. There we go. So players that might have actual value that we'd like to sell. Like some of these I've already checked through. Like most of them are loans. Although, actually, Shehu is wanted by Nantes. Thing is, I quite like him. But then again, do we need another one? If we've got Shazli, Habila, and technically Stoyan, do we need another one? Hello, Hadrian. We were just having a discussion about a potential strategy for how to plan out our summer. On account of the fact that I found another player who I rate quite similarly to Claudio. And we were just discussing the pros and cons of both, because they do have both. Touch level detail. I do sometimes. But just know the more the detail you put up, the slower it's going to be. And it could be crazy slow. Also that the game starts and... Oh, yes. No, I agree. For me, FM is much more fun once we start getting rid of all the real players. Or when they're reaching the twilights of their careers where they're at interesting clubs and have had interesting journeys. I feel like it makes the world a little bit more interesting at that point. There's some players I'm happy to try and throw money, like throw a little bit around to sort of try and get rid. So, for example, the Strawberry. He wants to leave, he's wanted, right? For me, I might as well ask his agent because we're not going to get much cash back anyway on him, so losing a bit of value isn't really the end of the world. But it does get a player who's going to be unhappy off of our bill. So I will ask his agent about market interest here. Right. But for some of them that are worth a lot more, we obviously don't want to be doing that because it will just diminish their value way too much. Intermediary. The problem is an intermediary, we end up paying half the fee to the intermediary. And if we've already got sell-on fees, we don't really want to do that. And I find that it does still seem to do that. Ibrahim Asila. Let's try it on you. He's wanted. 60 to 70,000 pounds. Right. Great work. Like, this is what I mean. Like, we can't be... I mean, we can, but that's not going to help us. It might just be that he has really low value, in fairness. What, you reckon just, like, looking at the intermediary and then cancelling it? Just to see if that will trigger something. So I'm just looking to see if there's any interest in any of these players. Most of these guys will be loans, because you notice a lot of these guys are the Italians. So they're all coming into their, like, eligible for loans period. Munoz. We've actually had prize money tick over, as it happens. That's why our bank balance is £13 million. It was even higher than that. But obviously you get tax bill stuff. Let's actually just progress a few days. Let's just get some of those leagues turned off. Just sort of see how the world is working and get an idea of what we want to do. Interesting. We'll see if we get a bid then. Obviously, the other leagues, we need to wait for their transfer windows to open as well, which should probably help. Copa America. I wonder with Claudio whether we'll have a better job actually negotiating with him after he's gone back, because I don't like the clause that we've got in his initial contract. I'm much preferring to let him go back to Brazil and then buy him from there, because if we try to trigger his option, it's too much money up front and we won't be able to afford him, basically. And I think we could pay better anyway. Oh, there's Paul Cuck. Paul Cuck's hanging about, you know. Shout out to the Cuck monster. There's a... Oh, that's so cool. Hang on a minute, chat. There's an Irish Ivorian here. I've always wanted a player that has these two flag combinations. I swear that's so sick. I've never actually had that happen. This is Kareem Cisse, Irish Ivorian, who's got the flag reversals. Like, I've always wanted that to happen, but of course, why would there be an Irish Ivorian like that? But what's made that even weirder? He came through at Southampton. He didn't even come through at an Irish club. I think we do have a buy option in the contract, James, but it's like, literally, it's his release clause, I think. But we know that we can get him for less than that. We need a Romania Chad, yeah. Poland, Indonesia could work. Palindromic nationalities. Palindromic flags is a new one. Thing is, he's actually really good as well. Too expensive, but he's really good. He's got 11 caps for Ireland as well. Love to see it. That's cool. Nice. All right, we've seen that now. I mean, he's 26. How did he even end up on my shortlist? Well, not shortlist, but like how did he even come across my desk? Okay, what's left? Expensive. Winger. Probably quite good, but we've just signed another winger for £6 million. We just don't need one. Jose, Austrian, Brazilian, centre-back, 21? Oh, he's just bad. I shouldn't have to tell you that these are not the sort of players you want to sign. Oh, we don't use recruitment focuses, Chris. Recruitment focuses I find are incredibly inefficient, bordering on doesn't even work properly. In addition, this is a fun fact for everybody, every time you put another recruitment focus on, the game will get slower by a significant amount. I did some tests where it was like adding 5 new recruitment focuses slowed the game processing down by 10% on my PC, obviously, so that will vary. But it's crazy how inefficient and ineffective they are. Ebuka Abaji. I know what you're saying, chap. Matt, put the right back down. So these players have all come from team report scouting. So essentially, the TLDR of it, I have some videos that explain this in a lot more depth, but essentially what we're doing is I'm looking at national team under 19 squads or under 21 squads, looking at which clubs in those squads are producing players. Then I'm right-clicking on the teams themselves on this screen, like that. Then I'm getting a team report on those under 19 clubs. There's one we missed there, actually, Bendel Insurance. And then what that does is eventually it will send you through reports that look like this. And you get then a quick overview of players without having to actually fully scout the players. What we then do is use this wonderful little filter here, which what it does is over the course of the last 30 days, it collates every single player that's been in a team report into one screen for you. So you don't even have to check them all individually. Team reports can work with the iron out method, but that is probably the only time I would use them. And honestly, the problem is I really like that, and that's the only time I would ever use team reports. But they will still slow the game down. But that's not because of anything James did. That's just because that's how the game works, unfortunately. Sorry, I meant recruitment focuses. Forgive me, yeah. Yes, I have several. So exclamation mark team reports has got stuff about it. My latest video on the channel as well, I talk about the new bit with that this view, because that wasn't included in the original one as we didn't know about it at the time. It's a bit in depth to set up, but it is, for me, there is no better way. If you're specifically looking at young, in theory, high potential players, like if you're trying to find guys for your first team that are like 25, this is not going to be a suitable scouting method, but it will depend. Benjamin Boateng. Oh, he's not from City. I assume he's not like being released by City or anything, is he? Oh, he actually is. Out of interest, Benjamin. I think he might just be a pump, right? He's not you. This guy's EU. Ghana. I know that. What a weird sentence to say. This guy actually does count as EU because of Ghana. Remarkably, it's his Ghanaianness that is counting him as EU, because Ghana counts as EU in France. Basically, the way you can tell is that it will always say non-EU in the cons here. It will have a red thing that will say not exempt from registration or something. His wage was 5k. I think he would have value on a free... Can I just buy him for free? Yeah. Just to get any round potential compensation. Kavakash. Whoever he is, he's probably too expensive. To me, he's just a worse version of the other two guys we were looking at. I should have given them a quid, really, shouldn't I? Christian Colgan. Villa, free. Oh, yes. Nice idea, actually. And it's a centre-back. Alex at International. DLP, 16 years old. Like... We wouldn't be able to sign him immediately anyway. He's one that we come back through in a few ones, yeah. So, the reason that you would potentially want to do that, Chris, is because, you know when you go approach to sign on a player, sometimes you'll be hit with compensation and you don't actually know the full whack of what the compensation is. The game will tell you underneath, like, in order to do this, you'll have to pay X amount of compensation. Sometimes it won't. But then, that isn't actually all the compensation. It lies. And there is more that you don't find out about until you go to the next screen. So if a player is expiring their contract and you offer the club £0 for them, it essentially moves them on a free transfer, but it voids the compensation fees. Essentially. No, I have no recruitment focuses. You'll see here, it's blank. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about the negotiations and stuff. You can just offer them for free. They won't always accept it. Sometimes they are weird about it. But yeah, this is Vincent. Oh, sorry, Valentino McAllister. Don't know why he's even on here. They add all sorts of sell-on fees. Yeah, you don't want that, basically. It's better to buy them for free if you can. Can't recruit a focus in it. Been for years. It's... Honestly, Chris, I have 3,500 hours in this game alone this year. So I only realised earlier today that this squad status screen here lets you isolate solely players that are actually wanted by other clubs. There's no other screen that lets you isolate those players in one little thing. Just crazy little things like that. Thank you for the follow, Chris. That's very kind of you, friend. Right, what we do? Oh yeah, Colgan. Who's he wanted by? Fucking everybody. Okay. Please be at least... Problem with Colgan. Wait, no, he's Irish. Oh, God, if he was just tall. It's only in Saskin. No, I think that's in Allskins. He's Ivorian. 6'2" with 11 jumping reach. He does have lead shoes, but that's fine. I'd sign him too. If he's cheap, we sign him too. He has everything except height. Sorry, no, he's height. He's got the height as well. He has literally everything except jumping reach. If he had 15 jumping reach, this guy would be a monster. He's still worth us signing just for depth, particularly if he's not got cheap wages. He's on 4k a week, and Villa are releasing him, so I suspect that he wouldn't want more than about 6 at most, or 2.5. No Ireland caps either. Do the same thing. Bypass any compensation. Once a player hits power like 23, you don't have to worry about the compensation thing. But when they're under, I think it's when they're coming off of that first initial senior contract. Jumping reach thing. He's welcome to. Hang on. What do you mean on the? What's the disagreement? I'm confused as to what there is to disagree about. Unless it's like the importance of it, in which case, fair. That's all just subjective, isn't it? Less interesting. He doesn't even want to join anyone else anyway. I'll have them both. It matters more than height. But jumping reach is essentially his height. Like, your height, your jumping reach is how high you can jump. So if you're 6'2" and you have 15 jumping reach, that's the same, as far as I'm aware, as someone who's 5'8" and has 15 jumping reach, because you are able to reach the same height. Isn't that like already objectively been tested? I swear this was like Max did. I'm pretty certain that's where I got that information from in the first place. I don't think it was like a disagreeable thing. I just thought it was like an established fact that jumping reach was the attribute that actually... Like, height isn't even an attribute. It's just a number. Height's just a number, chat. Because if height was the only thing that mattered, then I don't think jumping reach would even need to be... I guess it would, but like... Yeah, amateur youth scouting is great, Chris, if you're doing a different type of save. Breakthrough prospect, that's perfect. Height would be more important. No, yeah.
Here's a fun fact.
Again, that was just what I was...
Syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Experiments were flawed. Fair enough. Each to their own, right? I fail to see how the height, when considering it isn't even an attribute, would be more important than the actual jumping reach. Because I swear SI have already cleared this up. That jumping reach is in fact the height in which a player can jump. It's not the additional height they can gain from their... The little people annoy my kneecaps. Why? What did I do, Saz? What did I say? Is it controversial? Panda, thank you for the follow. Oh, fair enough. Each to their own, right? Either way, that's the logic I use, and it served me just fine to this point. I'm unlikely to change that and start focusing on purely on height. It's just the number. It's fine, Saz, I'm not on Tinder. It's all good. And even if I was, I'm below that height anyway, because I'm only 5'10" and a half. Half's important. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Right. He's English. The Ghana bit worries me ever so slightly, because he... But I think it's worthwhile. They remove height. And so they should. I agree. Got to get rid of the height. I just want a longer deal. I actually don't want any extra clauses on him. I just want to get rid of that. That's fine. So, Boateng's in. Same interest in joining Bristol Rovers. I'm not sure Colgan's actually going to be that good in terms of his... He's most likely going to have no PA. But that's okay. Not every player needs it. I love these guys. Imagine how much Riz you have to be. Hey, I don't need Riz. I've got Pog. It's the beauty of it. Will be good. I can't... Oh, Jinx, you missed this. So part of the reason that Bristol City are so good in this save is because Adam Lafondra's managed them twice. And now he's managing Girona. A body mass index? Oh, you bring that into FM. Christ on a bike. 5 tens and a half. I am the tens. I just realised I offered him nothing there. It's like, hey, I want all the things and you will get nothing. I said good day. There we go. These guys will have sell-on value in a year. I did. That was quite literally less than a minute ago, G3. You're going to, as always with the database lookups, you're going to have to give me more than a minute to do them. Like, we were literally in the middle of agreeing a contract. I can't do them immediately. It's particularly as I actually have another one to do first. Just tiniest bit of patience. I get it. God, he's good, isn't he? Everyone loves Adam Lafondra. Patience. Don't make me play Take That at you, Don. Amateur scouting you mentioned. So yes, sorry, I just dropped my chapstick. I love getting to talk. I love it when, forgive me, Chris, this is just using you as an example here. I love it when someone comes to the chat and they haven't seen these specific scouting methods, because I get to do the whole I can show you the world. I'm that guy right now. It's brilliant. Is that from Aladdin? Or is that from The Little Mermaid? Disney? Help? I'm trying to think which one it's from before I go any further. Aladdin. Excellent. In that case, hop on my magic carpet. We're going to talk about some lovely scouting methods. So yes, Belgian amateur scouting. It's not actually specifically related to Belgium. We just call it that because we found it in Belgium. But basically, it works best between seasons 3 and 6. But yeah, Raoul is fucking unbelievable. Napoli are probably going to waste his talent. It's just what they do. No patience either, man. I love talking about this sort of stuff. It's my favourite. You know what they say, just nerd out on things? This is my thing. FM scouting specifically is my thing. I cannot wait. I'm so looking forward for FM 26 because I get to make so many videos about cool scouting methods we're going to find. It's going to be a goldmine of like both content as well as genuinely cool shit that will hopefully help people. It's the best of both worlds. But basically, what you want to do during his theatre arc. Just pretend you didn't see me nearly knock an entire shelf over. Actually happening. It can't not happen. Fiscally, it can't not happen. It will happen. I'm not even 90%. I'm 100% sure we will see it. We probably won't see any news about it until like September, because that's usually when they start releasing stuff. But why am I out of breath from hitting a shelf? Anyway, let me do that look up and I'll tell you all about Belgian amateur scouting. Stevenage have not done well, unfortunately. So many videos. Hey, Harv, I just borrowed a dining room chair from my parents, which means I can do that QB check, and that's the last thing I need to do before I'm allowed to book an actual assessment. We're getting there. We're getting there. So yeah, Stevenage, National League North. It has been, well, the graph should tell its own story, but essentially, yeah, Belgian amateur scouting. What you're essentially looking for is players who are between the ages of like 15 and 18, although 19 probably works as well. And for some reason, especially between seasons 3 and 6, if you use the right database setup, it will be effective in all databases, but some it will be more effective in. So the way I set mine up, for example. However, what it does is you'll notice that in the Belgian under 19s and under 21 squads will randomly have players from amateur clubs in there. We don't know exactly why. Hadrian does have a theory or sort of a reason why. But basically, it allows you to find players that are possibly slightly better than they should be on literal free contracts. And you can hoover them up. Last year, technically it was still this game cycle, but on our previous save in FN24, we had a guy from Colombia who we did this, because it works in Colombia as well. There are certain countries it works really well, and Colombia being one of them. Belgium, Croatia, Denmark, not Brazil or Argentina. Other South American nations is a bit iffy, but Colombia especially. We had a guy, I think he turned out to have 180 PA, and he was free. And he was an amateur player. And this is how you find those guys, basically. But again, if you do !amateurs, you might... It's an old video, but it still all pertains to the same thing. I think it's even from FN23. There's no way that SI could not release a game this year, basically. It's either amateurs or amateur or something. There you go, that's the one. Ignore the fact that it's from 23. Professional. Yeah, so there's a way that you can do it in Brazil as well, where you sort of do the same thing, but you set a filter up that looks specifically for players who have a transfer value of under £1,000, and you can sometimes buy them for free. It's like a weird glitch. It's just the way the contracts work in these nations, basically. Oh yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Saw that thunder, went, my God, he was an absolute dugong of a man. Just can't tell. Oh yeah, mate, playing it every day. Why do you think I've been making videos? Right, Patience. That is actually a name. Gordon Patience and Steve Patience of Glasgow United. Did Pog just message me? Oh, Pog's still waiting for that contract to come through. I just want to see a message pop up. Pog and I have promised that basically once she gets the official contract, which is due today in theory, we'll go watch Naked Gun. Worry not about there being a game. There's going to be a game. Like, there's just no way it couldn't be. And I'm actually expecting it to be really, really solid. See you later, Chris. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to jabber about the things that I enjoy. You know how to treat you. Go, damn right I do. Who requested this? Right. Forgive me for the little tangent there, chat. Will be less of that happening in 26. There probably won't be. Maybe a little bit. I'll just queue up the tangents instead. He's got a lot of patience, as he should. Vargas. Wait, that's not our Vargas, is it? Because we already... Ah, shit. Sheffield United under 21s and Southampton under 21. I feel like we might beat them on that one. Pog Murphy to vote, please. Here we go. Ah. Yes. This is the thing, I think, that people get confused. It's not like, hey, look, a rabbit. It's more that I'll be addressing things in chat, but then I will see another message in chat that my brain sees and tries to immediately respond to straight away, which means you kind of end up with this like random run-along sentence that, well, all right then. You were absolutely spot on. Who is this guy? He's 15. Do they know something I don't? We'll have the cash, but that... I'm concerned that might mean that we're maybe undervaluing him a little bit if randomly they're in for him. I'm going to shortlist him the moment he leaves because I want to keep an eye on his development. That's weird that they're after a 15-year-old from us. It makes me think that he actually has much better PA than the game's saying he does. I'm not sure that he has the minerals to develop in the way that I would like anyway, but curious. No more dogs in the river. I am going fishing later, though, to get some of the dogs out of the river, potentially. Volunteer is renaming for tangent. That's amazing. I like it because of how self-aware it is. That's tremendous. Right, okay. So in that case, should I do this for a couple more of them? Just to see if it will throw up any interest. Because it said 60k, didn't it? And they bid 300k. Let me just try that. On a couple of the, like... I'd like to get rid of you, but I'm not desperate players, you know? Like Chehu. Just to see. Okay, no one interested in him, which is ironic considering there's literally none that are interested in him. Okay. Okay, I see this. I like this. I love the way you're thinking here. Those are all loans, which is unhelpful to us. Strawberry, we want to try that in any way. So intermediary, and then just cancel. Should have a lot more. Oh, really? Do I have to like progress today to make that work? James, hey, what about you, James? Do you want me to try it on you? I don't think I can because you're on trial, but you are wanted by Leon, the other one. That's a loan. Munoz was a transfer, wasn't he? And he actually had like a little bit of value. I hate the fact that you have to re-extend this every time, but like, you know, needs must. I think all of these guys were... These weren't sales, really, were they? Ruggieri is wanted by Al Hilal. Should I just have a little look? Okay, that might be... Okay, even as an intermediary, some of those fees are absolutely enormous. No, because the transferred update databases themselves change almost everything about it. So if you tried to use the Timo databases with it, I suspect that there would be too many conflictions. Prompt to talk to the player about. Interesting. Agent with... I don't think we'll need... I want to just try it without using the agent on Ruggieri, honestly. I want to see if any of them actually come in with a bid already. Potentially. Well, I think with the other guy, I didn't even ask his agent. I just asked the intermediary, and then the bid came in and it was way higher. Bear in mind, that database setup is... Wait, I think we might have got our wires crossed potentially as to what we're specifically talking about with regards to... Who the fuck is this? Oh, it's just one of our guys being released. An Apollo vehicle. Nice. That's the thing. That's a lot of money to invest. There's no way they wouldn't release it, basically. We're going to get a game. The only question is how good that game will be. Wait, is that the... Oh, Spartak Varna. Millwall offer Boateng a contract. No longer wants a new deal. Wow. Could it be because I'm trying to because I'm trying to sell you? Everyone wants a bit of Laporte. I just want to see if we can organically get some contracts. So Vincent Champion's got a new deal, which is fine. What do you feel about being part of Eurofootball now? Do you want to go for a medal or just lose on purpose? I'm not sure I understand the question. Do you mean in terms of like if we were to get to a final, for example, with Sochaux? Because at the end of the day, I'm always going to try and win. There will never be any losing on purpose. I think you can all assume that that's not how I play the game, because if I was going to do that, I wouldn't have got to the final with Tenerife. because I knew that I pretty much knew that we were going to lose to Fulham. They're a Premier League side. We weren't ready for that. 9 times out of 10, we were going to lose that game. To be fair, we probably should have won, but statistically, we were unlikely to. So I was never going to, like, do that. If it happens, it happens. You've always got to try to win, right? If you don't go for the gap, are you even still a racing driver? Yeah, I should have a look at Shehu. He's a champion on your team. I don't think he'll ever be on our team, but it would get us a lot of money one day, potentially. There's a lot of different things that will affect those databases. You kind of have to use them in isolate a lot of the time, I suspect. And also, I find that they can be very slow, and I'm not sure why. Excuse me, wrecking other drivers. I know it was, but I still feel like it applies in this situation. I'm going to go right down the inside of Fulham and spin them off into turn 1. Maybe if we'd have done that, we'd have won the final. Right. Brain fart here. Fuck it. I'm going to hit continue, because at least that way the game is processing while I remember what I was going to do. Oh, I was going to look at Shehu. It's fine. We should start... I think it's... Most of these leagues start getting turned off around this sort of time. Between about the 15th of June and the 1st of July. That's where all the leagues get turned off. So we should... Especially once we get into the proper season, start to see some serious upgrades in terms of the speed of things, which means it's the sort of thing that will earn us back like 2 extra games per stream. Fucking hell. The only real change is that Salzburg are interested in him. The others are all loan interest. But you're right, it definitely does have an impact. Let's see the others. Who else did I do this on? Strawberry. Lots more interest from him. Lots more interested in Strawberry. Holy shit. Ruggieri? Yep. Including from Premier League sides now. Oh, you cheeky boy. Okay, James. You're chefing with that one. Basically, you'll see here. So, like, June 30th, 19th. There's a lot of them on the 19th. I'm turning off a load of leagues just to speed things up a little bit with the processing. Yeah, I think I understand why, especially at this stage in the game's like why people would want an updated database, considering this game is now 2 years out of date essentially. My username is K. Thank you very much for the follow. I know, Pog. It will hopefully happen today. So essentially, Wiko, this was James's idea. I believe that you need to have a... James, question. Does the player need to have interest in them initially? Like, if there's just one club interested, is that kind of all you need as a catalyst? Or will it work on a player there's no interest in? Is it one of these things where it, like, amplifies interest rather than generating it in the first place? But essentially what I was doing is a couple of players had a little bit of interest. And what I did was, like, asked for an intermediary, but I didn't actually accept one. I just cancelled it. But it seems to generate more interest anyway, and then you don't have to pay the intermediary fees. Let's see if we actually get any bids from these teams, obviously. That's what we really want. Spain and England clinch those spots with Tenerife. Jesus Christ, what a season from Spain. They actually beat England. Hang on, Tenerife came 4th anyway. Actually, that's because Girona was 8. I don't know, weird. France slip. Valmira. A few trials are finished, that's fine. We've had a few more Patreon e-retirements, unfortunately. They've dropped down to like 55 now. A lot of them that just had clubs and I think just went actually... No, I suspect it's going to be a lot of the non-league players, unfortunately. Still in League One. Really? They're top flight now, aren't they? As of like this season. Tier 8. Jordan... 8th tier? That's mad. Honestly, I'm sure you're already doing this. Just throw him straight into your first team immediately. What will happen is, about 10 to 15 games into the season, his CA will jump up to like 4 stars. I found this happen so much when I was doing Beaconsfield tests. Went back to work. One of them. I think you actually are, Tom. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty certain you might actually... Yep. You actually were. Oh no, I think you retired a few seasons ago, actually. You retired at 31 after being released by Barnet. Super duper weird. I'm going to do like, once all of them are retired, I'm going to do like a eulogy episode where I just go through all of their careers individually. Okay, so those guys are back in again. Without interest out of nowhere. Interesting. Okay, let's find a player to do that with. Someone that we... Well, Bauer would be the one, right? He's a guy. He's very much a guy. I think he's a good tester. To the arms of an angel. Yeah, don't make me start singing again. I've already given you, like, Aladdin. I'll start belting out a bit of Kathleen Jenkins. Right. New person in at Troyes. Obviously as part of their relegation. Right, let's have a look at then at old Heribert. Where's my boy? Damn, Retic is worth a fortune. Oh, Conan would be a good tester, wouldn't it? How dare you, Hayden? It was the voice of an angel. Spoken from the arms of an angel. Let's try then. So, intermediary. Jesus Christ. That'll be fascinating. 20 million quid for Lamine Kone. I'd have been tempted to take that anyway. Just accept the 2 million fee. That's curious. Who else would we like to get rid of? Bauer. So, do I still hit confirm on this screen or cancel? When there's no interest, do I hit confirm or cancel? Cancel. Oh, is that because otherwise it would still be intermediaries if the offers did come in? Right, okay, cool. Are we tempted to do it on Deji as well? But if honestly, if we sell the other guys, we don't need to. Fred said, oh, mate. Did I ever tell you about the time I was super, like, emo and depressed in college? And I quite literally... Get ready for this, because this is going to be like, oh. I listened to that song, the Frey one, but because I didn't have an iPod or anything at the time, I was just listening to the 30-second preview. We've all done cringe things, right, chat? It's like, bro, get over it. Like, oh, hey. I mean, hey. Your points. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, hang on, I'll give you points back. Yeah, I still haven't figured out how to make it stop doing that, Leaf. Even though I turned off the setting, you should be able to queue up more than one song. That's what I call that, innit? It's like 16-year-old me, get a grip your neck beard. It's all I can really say to that. Let's try Kubek, actually. I feel like he's sort of served his purpose at this point. Try a few of these. So, interest in Bauer is... that would be funny as fuck. Is Las Palmas. And Conan is not Lens, Pauk and Real Sociedad. Interesting. Fork in the road moment, innit? Yeah, I'd like to say that that was the moment I broke out of it, but it wasn't, unfortunately. I'm unfortunately one of those people that feels emotions very viscerally. And especially as a hormonal teenager, I found that quite difficult to deal with, basically. Unfortunately not, Aaron. No, we missed out on it in the end as a result of dropping points in the 90th minute of a game. But to be fair, we lost to PSG on the final day. There wasn't a lot we could really do about it. It was just very unfortunate. But no, we didn't quite... We came 5th in the end. So we got Europa League, but not quite what we were looking for. Still bloody good, though. Right. Dinolo Fantini... Avellino? He's a trap. Follow you into the dark. There was a cover that Death Cab for Cutie did of a Justin Timberlake song, I think it was. Or that Cute was what we aimed for. It might have been Cute was what we aimed for. On one of the old Punk Goes Pops albums. But yeah, that particular The Fray song just seemed to hit for me at that moment. And I was just like, wah! But hey, if you can't be honest about... If you don't look back on your past self and cringe, then I don't think you've grown, right? That's the way added Leagues of Nations. Yeah, so the Timo database just basically expands the universe, so to speak. It gives you a lot more playable options, basically. This guy's decent, but he's the worst of both worlds as far as what we're looking for out of our ball and midfielder, and non-EU, which is a shame. Amir Horsha. Although from Ajax, which probably means pricey. Also a striker. Not really for us. Ryan Kane. Hello, freebie from Newcastle. Just one question. I'm sure it's nothing. Why can you play left back? Like, what is it? Have done something finally? Have we? Have we done something finally? Is it... We've signed Willian again? This is going to be a meme even when the transfer window's shut, isn't it? The positions make an L, and I think he's not as good as the other two we've picked up. It wouldn't be the worst idea for us to quickly look at freebies, though, would it? The recap thumbnail. Just Willian. Yeah, whoever we sign, it will always be Willian. So this is Sam Shackle, which is ironic for an anchor. Actually, it's not even ironic, it's somewhat apt for an anchor. He's really good, but again, same kind of problem. More of a centre-back, if anything. Actually, he's one of those like centre-back come DM libero-y type chaps. Pure English, though, which is bad for us. One of these days, nah. We've got Lisandro San Martin, striker. He's all right, actually. But, he's 21, though. That's going to be a no for you. I do want to check the freebies. The upcoming freebies, anyway. Just, oh, what the hell? I nearly reported a request again. It's the second time in a row I've done that. Right. Let's just see if we got any fun freebies. Obviously, we've got 2 of them already. We do have to be careful of the wage budget that we got at the moment. But it would be fun if there was just another kind of crazy one. Because those guys have been recommended by ours. Let me just set the max at like 27, just in case there is any absolute lunatic players. We want contract status is expiring 1 month. And that's it, really. So those 2 there. Any high CA guys? Who in the fuck are you? Sucks that he's a striker, honestly. Sorry, yeah, the PPM is what, when we say PPM, it's just another way of saying player traits. It's because a couple of years ago in FM, it's probably like 5 now, these used to be called player preferred moves. So it's kind of ingrained in me to say PPM rather than player trait, but it basically means the same thing. It's another left back. Yeah, so what a weird player. There's also this guy who has to be South African. Stephen Letsholiane. Oh, he's joining Al Ryan. Marek Falter. Remember, these are just guys we know about. Let me just actually sort by world rep instead. Rui of Brighton. His wages are surely too high. Oh, he's joining PSG. Oh, good. We get to deal with him next year. Stephen, let's hold on the ball. Why does it not show TRN on him, considering he's literally joining PSG? Wait, this is the guy from Lens. Joining Inter. Tell you what, let's just filter this by transfer so that these guys aren't going to be in here, because his name is Hans Jacob Hompland. I want to get Mr. Hompland. Oh, he's right at the top of the list as well, Mr. Oh, he's from Brentford. Had to ruin it, didn't we? I agree, actually. I think you're right. It does make more sense if it's PPM. I think it's just, it was a bit excessively long, and maybe that's one of the reasons they got rid of it. It's another left back. He's OPT'd Brentford. Cheers, FM. There's also Georgios Toriasaidis of Benfica. 16 work rate, but the wages are probably a bit... Chat, can I interest you in Shelford Wapples? Also, who the fuck is Virtus Bolzano? Shelford Wapples of... How has he got 3-star reputation? I guess it's because he's got 43 Australia caps. But I guess my question is, how has he got that? How is he this high up on this list? I just love the fact that he's called... And there's Drew... Oh, I thought it was Drew Peacock. Yeah, I think we might have actually got the best 2 already. Those 2 random chaps. Random Tenerife dude, Mohamed Traore. He never really worked out there. And then you've got, obviously, Taher Seba. Darwin Dos Santos. Marseille. They're just really average players that... Hang on, there's a guy called... fuck. Doctor as a first name is useful. Is his surname Benji? Give me a minute, the game's doing bits. Doctor... Oh my god, it is there. If he was from Dr. Conco, that would... Conco? What about Hoekstrand, actually? Our old foes. Doctor as a first name. So it's in the South African name pool. Wow, he's the only guy in the entire database called Doctor. There's RC Doctors, which is... I don't know why you'd want a remote. Also, El Doctoral, which is just a football pitch. Starting to say like this. To be fair, Honestly, no. It's just kind of a case of maybe don't take the first job you're offered. It's probably the best advice. You'll be find that in this save, the first job you'll be offered is a team called Gostisvar, usually. Maybe ignore that one and just go a little bit further. Maybe sim a little bit when you first start. That way, I suppose if you're not using my save file, you won't get offered the Gostisvar one. Basically, your best bet is to maybe sim 6 months when you start a save. That way you don't get the same jobs at the start. It will kind of make things a bit more fun for you. Gives you a bit of, oh wow, we're actually getting Boateng. We're getting BB. Benjamin Boateng into the club. Even if he's worth like 5 mil. I'm happy. Well, we know that Screeve, there's literally a goalkeeper in this save called Screeve Mandanda. I think he's a goalkeeper. He's still worth nothing, but that's just because he's only just joined us. I think he's an okay pickup. Like, he's reasonable enough that he might... Actually, he ain't going to play for us, is he? But he's fine. And for free, it was worth a go. The cheap Italians are developing really nicely. To give you an idea, most of the wanted interest we actually had on that screen we were looking at earlier was the cheap Italians. Which is great. It's all loan interest because they're all like 17. So we should hope, and they're all dev listed anyway, so we should get some nice loan offers for them soon. Dr. David, really? Is he South African? Champion get some time? No. Maybe on loan, but he won't be playing for the first team. I have extended his contract, but he's unlikely to ever make first team impacts for us because he just simply doesn't have the physicals to play centre back. But he will be a very, very healthy sale for us at some point, I suspect. He's the kind of guy we could cash in for like 20 million. In fact, I might even try it now. Probably not going to work because we have just offered him a new contract. I'm sorry, he has just signed a new contract, and I suspect that will put them off. But I can have a little look just to see if there is any interest. Can't hurt. Because he still has about £20 million value, and I think that's only likely to fall rather than grow. From Botswana, okay. So it's in the South African name database as well. So I wonder who or why. Unless it's because of like maybe an official. That's how Hadrian sneaks them in. Youth contracts expiring. Wage budget for coaches. Do you know what? I might go for that. Dr. Kamalo, is that the guy? Sick. What is he? Well, actually, wow, the board actually requested something useful. Who knew that was even Wait, what? Oh, it's fine. I think we'll be okay for that. We've got to be careful with that. Right? Because we're going straight into the group stage this year, right? Right, champion. Let's just have a little gander at old Vincey. I wonder if we'll get more interest in our players and active bids. Oh, he's actually wanted. It's only on loan for... Wow, look at that value now. Just stir the pot. Because I don't foresee him ever being useful to us due to the lack of physical ability that he has. And I don't think it's likely to improve enough for him to be a useful player. But if someone else wants to waste 40 million on him, I would be very happy to take their money. Particularly as we paid £1. Well, they've already sacked McSauce a second time. Interesting loans. It's interesting you say that, Nick, because I don't know if we ever really tried that on Building a Nation. Or I just don't remember trying that. It could be a little bit of, oh my god. We don't get this all up front, do we? No. Either way, that's a healthy amount. 17 million. Oh yeah, if they took anything in double digits, really. After all that, Laporte can't even move to the Avalanches. You hate to see it. Theophilus Doctorson, Dr. Kamalo was a CM back in the 90s. Technical director of Barocca. Ah, okay. Fair. So Silla is going, but in actuality, they're not paying us that much because a lot of this stuff is unlikely to ever come to pass. But I do want to shortlist him when he leaves. Oh, he's gone to Angers instead. Wage rises in there, but we've got rid of a few players. What does that do for our wage budget now? Okay, so it's still... I might just... Oh, that's more like it. Yeah, I'll take that. They were offering me like 30k before. I'll take the 154k. Just a little extra cash. Whoa, Jimmy Vesey's just signed for a club in Switzerland. So we've lost even more players. I would have liked to see Jimmy Vesey back for another year. Just, I don't know. Just try it out. See what he's like over a full season. Even as a depth option, I didn't hate him, honestly. It wasn't exactly a large cap hit, right? Do you think it'll be more common and more usable in Poland then? Oh, yeah. It's super weird. Basically, because I just saw the post from the Avs on Instagram that just said, like, Thank you, Jimmy VC. But I was looking around and I couldn't see like the trade script. Like, you know, we've traded X for Y. And then I realised we hadn't because he's just gone to Switzerland. It wasn't until I listened to the Avs podcast this morning that I actually understood what was going on, because there was no mention of where he'd actually gone in the image, which was really weird. Unless they're just pretending that the Swiss League doesn't exist. Loan out to the same clubs. Yes, if you can. Provided there are no limitations. One of the best things you can do in building a nation is, for example, we once had a club. Oh, Christ, who was it? There was a club that wasn't our affiliate. Was it Sligo Rovers? It was Sligo Rovers. When we did it in Ireland, we didn't have the rules that said that the players couldn't play against you. Sorry, they said that the players could play against you. So in Ireland, at one point, Sligo Rovers had their entire squad basically on loan from us, and we played them in a league game, and they weren't allowed to play any players against us, basically. So in future ones, we put a rule in that meant that they had to be allowed to play against their parent club, because otherwise it could get a bit silly. Christian Colgan's in. Good news. Surely not, I know. Go and see Jimmy VC play. This is very true. If I really wanted to go see Jimmy VC play, I could now go to, I think it's Geneva? Or was it Servette? I swear it was around that sort. Maybe Servette is in that. I don't know. I couldn't remember which club it was, because again, it was not easy to find that information. And I wasn't actually going to do a Google search about it. Like, I was interested, but I wasn't that interested. It's like, don't make me hunt for this information. Christ. Geneva Servette. Ah, I see. So it's both, basically. Some guy called Dom Linas has just moved from Hearts to Forest for 23 million. Forest are kind of chefing here. PSG opening day. Oh, that could only go well. You're also worth nothing. Wanted already? Just curious. Just to see. We finished 5th in the end, which was, for me, very, very good when you consider where we'd gone the previous year. This year's going to be tough. Yeah, we literally have to play the two best teams in the league in the first 2 games. So that's good, provided we're in the right spot, because the French League actually starts fairly early in the window, right? 12th of August. Yeah, we've got 4 league games before the transfer window even shuts. And you know what we're like? We're basically Fulham. We end up doing... Oh, actually, no. We do a little bit of business up front, and then when there's a big gap. I just like a bit of deadline day business, because you can pick up some absolutely brilliant signings on deadline day. Especially those loans, because they're usually way cheaper. I like that the first game of this season is literally the same as the last game of last season. Oh, Euros are happening. Any weird stuff? Hungary having a bit of a bad time of it. Switzerland crushing. No real massive shot. I mean, Scotland are there, I guess. Oh, it's that Marlon Clarissa dude. These are the kind of players that we're just never going to have in this save. And you essentially have to try to... Wait, Northern Ireland qualify. Oh, shout out to them. That is a group from hell. To see Denmark, Sweden, and France in your group, you're just like, wow. To be fair, at that point, like, doesn't matter who you get, right? They're going to get bodied, but that's okay. It's nice to be there. We should free up a bit of money, actually, at the end of on July 1st, because we'll have some contracts expiring. Hang on. Lawrence becomes... No, surely not. Did you see that? Jaleel Lawrence. That was... I swear that's Jamal Lowe's Jaleel Lawrence. If he's actually got Jamaica caps already... He's got 6 Jamaica caps. And I suspect... He probably had caps when he was 16. I told you this guy was going to be... That's so cool. Well, keep an eye out for Jaleel Lawrence. Yeah, it's Gold Cup. Made his debut 23rd of March. So yeah, he made his debut 2 days before his 17th birthday. From Spot Valley, Jamaica, into his youth academy, under the tutelage of Jamal Lowe. That's pretty impressive to get senior national team caps at 16. Oh, you're about this 2... Yeah, sorry, 2 months before. Yeah, sorry. Either way, very impressed with that. Definitely want to keep an eye on in the future, just because it's cool. I really hope nobody else comes in for Almeida in the meantime. So Maliknos has actually signed now for Nibiano Ivaltidone of Serie D, who of course will not be switched on for much longer. Solid team. Yeah, he could do all right there. I mean, he's definitely got like 150 caps written all over him. Probably have about 40, 50 caps by the time he turns 20 at this rate. If he's got 6 caps by 17, that's wild. Okay, it'd be really cool if some of the other clubs could start bidding on our players soon. But maybe we'll have to wait till the league fully opens up a little bit. Kalu, thank you for the follow. Oh, I didn't look up Shaquille Penis. How rude of me. Right. If he isn't around, there's bound to be a few other penises flying about. Sadly not on him, but... see what we got. We got Dion penis, Sorencio penis, Virgil penis, that's Roxy penis. Don't worry, chat. We're fine. We're going to be okay. It stops at Janilo penis, Guillaume penis, Giovanni penis. Roxy penis is tremendous. Virgil penis as well. Are they both? Oh no, he's... yeah. Sorencio penis is a pretty solid name as well. There's a lot of penis flying about. Finally comes by signing them and doing the intermediary. The issue is when you actually sign them, the intermediate, I don't think that works initially. Like, that's only if they've been there for a while, so I'd have to sign them, bring them in for a year, and I don't know if that's I think you're better off just trialing them at that point. $330, $385. Yeah, what I often find with those players, especially if they do become elite like that, is they end up retiring from international football quite early. I wonder if there's like an attribute, like a hidden one that causes that to happen. See you later, Steve. Ryan Porte's now an MLS player. That means someone's about to get headbutted. Can't wait. Noi lose at home, not at home, but like they lose to Turkey with Dennis in the team. Are you due a wage hike or did we already pay that? No, thank God for that. Ooh. 18-year-old. Let's have a look. Let me just search for penis again. Naturally. Oh, of course, yeah, I forgot that the game doesn't like it when you do that because it's... oh, hang on. There we go. Bintang Lahir. I'm guessing it's a club in Suriname. It is, yeah. I think it's part of the Surinamese name. I'd be willing to bet that most of these other guys here have some kind of Surinamese background as well. Hello, Dan. They definitely can overflow, I believe, right? At... is it 256? There's many different areas of FM that can overflow. Yeah, I think that's why it's in the name pool. 17th of February, I don't know what to do. I suspect what's happened there, Kai, is that... shit. We'll keep an eye on that. That might be gonzos now. What's most likely happened is that in those 2 years of you doing really well, you've gained a reputation relative to the rest of the clubs in the league, and as a result they are now playing tactically different against you. It's not so much that they're learning your tactics, it's just they're treating you different as you now have higher reputation. So before, they may have been more aggressive against you, which has allowed you to have more chances in the transition and catch them. But now, when you reach a certain level of reputation, what will often happen is they'll see you as a bigger side now, so they'll be more likely to sit back, and it can often cause blips in... it's quite a severe blip, but it can often cause those types of form. Sometimes it can also be down to like signing a new player that just hasn't seemed to work out for whatever reason. I've had that happen to me, and it can sometimes be down to the simplest of things, like they have like a player trait that isn't exactly right for the role that you're actually playing them in. It's the weirdest thing. Damn, that's a lot of friendlies already scheduled that I didn't schedule. Another testimonial that I'm not allowed to schedule myself. Right, where's US Sochaux, the team with the Ireland badge? There we go. We'll put you guys in there. Let's get some friendlies going. Have we dethroned them? No, not a chance. Last year, they actually won the league by an absurd amount in the end. What was it last year? Oh, it's only 11 points, actually. But we didn't even get Champions League. Who's the testimonial for? Good question. There's two of them, in fact. It's a testimonial for a guy called Konstantin, who is a random 35-year-old that's been there for 3 years and used to play for us, in fairness. I like the fact that he didn't have a club for 16 years. Now, what I suspect is actually here is that he essentially appeared when they got turned on. That's funny. So I presume Bazine also used to play for us. Wait! This is the guy. This is the guy that the club sold to Palace years ago, but I was able to sell a clause to Palace. I think it was either last summer or the summer before for like £6 million. That's him, Joshua Bazine. He's a youth prospect that we had once. Cool, I wouldn't mind having him back. If you fancy coming home, bud. Yeah, so Obviously, the French leagues I'm not turning off, but we are obviously getting the Italian leagues turned off in just over a week. Honestly, just getting rid of Serie D alone is probably going to save us a shitload of processing time, because I can't remember exactly how many divisions are at that level of Serie D, but it's a lot that are going to require a lot of processing. Right. 9. Yeah, 9 different leagues to have to process. It's going to save us some time. Like, he's already during saves. I think we've benefited from the adding of the leagues during saves a lot more than we've been negatively affected by it, just because it's look at the Spanish players we were able to ascertain, for example, right? Is this guy leaving? The problem is he's a right-sided winger, which means he's not going to play ahead of Nagalo, and we've just signed a £6 million right-sided winger as a backup. His wages will be stupid, though. That's the problem. To me, even on the lower end of that, he'd still be our highest paid player, and I don't think he'd start for us. And also, let's not forget, he didn't really do very well when we had him before. Most of the bench. He'd have to play off the right. And I don't want to take opportunities away from our younger players. And we can't actually afford his... Well, we can, but we'd have to deep into the transfer budget even more. What I do find weird is that he's being released by Inter in the first place. It seems odd. Yeah, remember, we had him on loan from Inter, in fact, for a season when we were desperate to try and find a right winger. I can't remember who we ended up signing that took that spot and never ended up playing for us, but let me just get rid of most of these guys. He's a very interesting player, don't get me wrong. Better than Bright Osagi, yeah. And like, Nagalo's better than him, and I think that Darko Rezic can be better than that as well. And the great thing about Darko Rezic is that I think he's good enough now to the point where he can actually have an impact. Hugo, he wasn't very well scouted. Oh, this guy here. It's a similar kind of problem. He's listed very cheap, but the wage demands are probably going to be obscenely high. They do need to fix that. I always find it weird when players that are being released by teams like Dortmund that don't really play for them demand wages that are even higher than the wages they were on at Dortmund. It's like, mate, you couldn't even get a game at Dortmund. Why on earth would we pay you more than them? Super weird. Not being released. Was he not? But his value was 0. Or did he OPT them? Or something? Because if that's the case, that kind of makes a little bit more sense. Manuel Simon. Ooh, freebie. Oh, not... Actually, no. Well. Wanted by lots of teams in Spain. Listed for £3 million. Okay, fair. But they're still trying to get rid of him. Right? So it's weird that if he's being forced out of the club, that he can somehow demand more money at the next club. Right. Let me just send you guys... Although I do want to have a look at Manuel Simon. Just because his name's Manuel Simon. I was bigger... Fucking hell. So just to clarify, we are going to sign that guy, right? I don't know what he would be, but I don't care what he would be. He's lovely. And for 475 grand, unless there's some stupid wages, which they're brilliant. Saving the transfer fee. I guess, but like, where's the incentive? Like, if a player can't get a game for Dortmund, why would a club come along and pay him even more money than he was on at Dortmund when they've not proved themselves in any way? That's what I find weird. And it's usually an extortionate amount that they want. It's like, you've not even earned the money you're on at Dortmund, let alone more than that, right? That's the thing. Kappa Nazizi, thank you for the follow. Right. Oh, yeah, I mean, it does happen, but to me, it's just completely illogical for the most part. Yeah, we'll definitely sign. This is a release clause, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. I assume it's just the amount that they've listed him for in some manner. His release clause is $1 million, which, frankly, I'd pay that too. Well, later. Yeah. I think FM just overvalues the play. It's because it uses their existing contract and reputation to try to develop, to get the number. And it has to get it from somewhere. But to me, if a player is being forced out of a club or released when they've not developed at all, or it seems odd that that player would then demand money that's way higher than the money they were even on at that club. Like, I'd like FM to perhaps have a little bit more of an eye to like player development when it comes to that sort of stuff, and have a mechanic there that players are willing to drop down a little bit if they've not developed or haven't played, things like that. But maybe he'll get a bit more. I suspect he will get signed though, not by us because his wage demands are absurd. I guess it's just. I guess you could make the argument that it's a case of like he's asking for high wages because he doesn't want to leave and he's sort of pricing himself out of a move, I guess. Which I think would be fine if the player doesn't then immediately go and sign for really low wages for an AI club when they would want you to pay loads. That's the irksome part about it sometimes when that happens. Wrexham, I think, are in League 2 in this save. They kind of went up, but they lost their monies, basically. Well, at the end of the day, if they're not willing to take a wage cut and they don't get a club, then they're just out of a club. At some point, you're going to want to actually play football, I guess, yeah. The annoying part is where the mechanic does. The way the mechanic really falls down is when they then go and sign for a different club for like a third of what they were asking you, even though you were a bigger club for no apparent reason. Especially when I actually tried to test this during an agent video and I was unable to negotiate the same deal that the player was signing with AI clubs when I took over the same AI club. It's like, okay. Now, I suspect there is, again, issues there with, like, development of relationships between agents and stuff, of course, but it was an example like and it's not just to do with the agents themselves, it's actually the club-to-club relationships. When I tried to do that, when I did that Smith Rowe one, it was really, really strange that I couldn't even get close to getting the same transfer deal either. They'll be back for FN26, particularly with my new idea that isn't actually related to agents specifically, but if you like those, you'll like this. I don't think you have, actually. There was a reason we sort of... I think the Smith Rowe one was the one with the time machine. That was why I was actually doing that in the first place. Chairman mode. They're going to save. It doesn't really matter what I think because I'm not the one playing the save. At the end of the day, if you think it's going to be a fun save, then you are correct, right? Or at least try it out and you'll get an idea of it. What would the chairman even be doing though? Like if you're doing a chairman save, what mechanics? How would you be interacting with the game at that point? Vivaldi Matondo, great name, like extraordinary name, but he's got quite a lot of money as well, actually. So he wants less money. Oh, you mean Albin Johansson? Yeah, he's a player and a half. Transfers and contracts, I guess, but chairmen don't really do that, do they? Chairmen really are just sort of a figurehead in many ways that sort of appoints staff more than anything else. It would be cool if there was like a director of football mode genuinely built into the game, though. I suspect it's unlikely just because of, we've all heard Miles talk about these things. Albin Johansson at Liverpool. I mean, the crazy thing is that he's actually playing games for Liverpool and has been for a while. Oh, it used to be called... Did it really? Damn. He's been used off the bench quite a lot for Liverpool, which makes sense. He's a youngster still. Remember, go, oh, I used to love Football Chairman. The mobile game you're referring to. Yeah, that was great. That and, was it New Star Soccer? Those were two really good mobile games back in the day. New Star Soccer was great, but then it got filled with microtransactions. And just became almost unplayable, basically. Right, okay. I'm still waiting for some... Basically, what we need is money. Although this guy, I think, would be a really fun signing. Bracery Prospect is fine. All goes to the second... Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a sort of save that people do and have quite a lot of fun with. Like, I do like that element of the game, but I like building tactics and playing matches too much to do that, personally. Latinas in Greece, I've not actually heard of them. You're Spanish, so I can manipulate your Spanishness to my advantage. Por favor. Crack on like one of those, maybe? Was that too little? Oh, I should have given him a bit more. Sorry, Manuel, I underestimated your Spanishness. 1 second. Por favor. If you would. That should do it. Nice, okay. Un exploite España, por favor. Exactly. Right, now I can look you up. You either have retired... I think you'd gone back to Ireland and was... Oh, no, you're still kind of out. You've actually got another full year and a half on your contract, in fact. Chilling. I love that you always just seem to come back. No scouting, all transfers down to the Doff. Oh, God. Just be me yelling at the game. Wait, that's the normal stream. Wait, what am I saying? Just be the same as always. Slow-paced Journeyman say, like, all the stuff. I think I'd weirdly find... I don't know. I think I'd find both of those not challenging enough, I guess, because I like to be in control of everything. Peggy, you'll be so disappointed in your Spanish. Let it be. Yeah, so you were at Derry City for a bit, and now you're at Drogheda. No doubt not playing very often, because head in the game park is almost always waterlogged for some reason. Fuenlabrada got a Tycoon. That's cool. Maybe that'll happen to Huddersfield. Oh, it won't, will they? Because they've already had the funding scaled down. Because of course so. Okay. Right. We're now into the spell. I really want to get to like July 1st, just so we can see what we've got. PSNI. For some reason, that sounds like an Indonesian side. It's not, is it? Well, it can't be, would it? That wouldn't make any sense at all. Villa have just signed Ivan Orozco. Why do I recognize that name? Maybe we played again. No, weird. It's the police club. Oh. I see. Come on, get that back pain again. Police Service Northern. Oh, okay. What division do they start in? Are they top? No, they can't be top flight, surely. Right, we are going to have to be careful with the... Actually, this is useful. Homegrown trained at club. Shazley's homegrown trained at club. Binder's homegrown trained in Nation. Because he had that loan spell. Mallory obviously counts as well. Shehu is trained at club. Okay, so what I would say is I think it might behoove us to not sell Shehu this season. Because he'll be useful for European registration. Because he, Binder, Shazley and Kilaza all count as trained at club or nation, which is going to be really useful for that. In addition, next summer, Barnetche. You're right, I think we can actually. That's league. No, actually can't. I don't think we count as in the Europa League yet. I think we have to wait for the first qualifier to happen. Because then, like, we're into the next season of it. No foreign players allowed. I don't know, actually. Is it? I've never managed in... Have I actually managed in any of the Asian leagues at all? I don't think I have, you know. I've managed, like, the Guamanian national team. And I've managed in Oceania, but, yeah. It will be sometime in July, I suspect, that will begin. Oh, Nagelsmann not interested in Girona job. Does that mean Lallana's gone? Not Lallana, Lafondra. He has! Oh. Left man... Wait, who's he gone to now? Yeah, no, fair enough. That makes total sense. So, Adam Lafondra is now Juventus manager. Oh, I can't wait for the Adam Lafondra Jamal Lowe derby. Remarkable. Particularly after off the back of quite a poor finish to the season for Girona. I guess it's because they won the Europa League, right? That has to be the reason. Love to see. The thing is, they are okay. That's what makes it even weirder. Right, there's literally no point in me even attempting to extend these, is there? Because they will just simply never work. Because this screen is completely fucked. I'll do it anyway, just in case. But this is why, if you're ever doing Building a Nation, do not use this screen. You've just got no chance of getting any loan extensions on this screen. You might get the odd one. But really, you wanted to do it like 3 weeks ago if you were actually realistically going to do that. I forgot about Machego. I don't really want to extend Deng. Because I think he could be useful for us this year. But some of these guys are so bad that it makes sense for us to just try to get them an extension of a loan. I think if I wasn't doing content for it a lot of the time, then I'd probably have played more of those eclectic types of saves. But a lot of the time I have to think in the back of my head, like, is this going to work from a content standpoint? And sadly, as we know, out of Europe, not so easy on that type of things. It would be nice to see if maybe that changes. Or maybe actually to grow a bigger audience, you know? So I can like, take that hit. Wow, it's 6-0. We were saying all about Northern Ireland getting whooped. Bulgaria are getting really whooped. Switzerland top the group with England and Germany in it, and Germany might not qualify for the knockouts of the Euros. Oh, that's great. They just beat Bulgaria. Lost to England and Switzerland very comfortably. Nah, there's still other games. Because the third place qualifiers can go through as well. And there's still other games to be played in these groups, so we won't know if they actually are through or not yet. That'll be really interesting to check, though. God, 6-0 to Switzerland. Only 1 goal for Tristan, but it's nice to see him starting to pop them left and right in. Manyoba, Sega. Well, okay. But technically it doesn't pronounce like that either, though, is it, Dan? Isn't it? Because isn't his name in Orsa? So technically, isn't there a click in his name that I'm also not pronouncing correctly? It's one of those things where it's like, comes a certain point where it's going to be difficult to be completely correct on his name. That's what chat told me initially. But they have the 3 points. And usually 1 win can be enough to get you through. We just need someone in those bottom two. Like a nice draw between those other teams. That'll be perfect. Ah, Man will swim home. Nice. But that's the thing, Dan. It's like, at that point, I'm kind of already doing that, aren't I? We all know who I'm talking about. I'm trying my best. Right, let's see if he's any good. Come on. To be fair, his attributes look tasty. And he's just a nice depth option that I suspect will have some value. On the X. I don't think there is an X in his name, is there? I thought there was a Q in his name, not an X. No, I've lost him. No, there's no X in his name. He's just a good player. Like, is he likely to be... Do you know what, actually? He's a pretty useful backup to Velazzi this season, if nothing else. Haven't mastered the Orsa click. Very true. He's very good. Maybe just lacks the ceiling. Good profit. Professional personality. Reserved, obviously, that comes with it. A little bit inconsistent. I like him. Oh, it could be. Maybe. Either way, it's a tough one. I just take an interest in these things, even if I'm unable to like completely perform the words correctly. I at least want to try and sort of get, you know, get as close as I can, but it's diminishing returns after a point. Yeah, his tackling is a little bit poor. He's definitely a good little backup to Velazzi. That's why I was sacked by Kickdown Spurs. True. They were just like, man is clicking in all the wrong places. So Vincent Champion's back into the under-19 squads again. Whitley has now less interest in him, which is fun. And Cube, he's at Man United. Cutting about. Like, doing bits. He's arguing... Oh, no, he's not. No, is he at Man United or is it Napoli? No, it's Napoli, isn't he? He was at Man United. Then Napoli bought him for, like, an obscene amount of money. And I understand why. 208 million in the end. No, 206 million. I think there's clauses on that too, though, right? Or is that the total value? Oh, they've actually paid all the add-ons. Yeah, he's probably the best... He's the best playmaker in the world. I don't think that's really difficult to say. I'd like it to be the end club, Fred. Yeah, but obviously we thought that about Tenerife, and then look what happened there. So Nagelsmann staying at Lille with the looks of things. His mentals are insane. He's the perfect playmaker, really. Like, particularly with the way we play now, he is absolutely incredible. Ah, okay, so it's not the side mouth click. It's not the... It's the... Oh, no, that's the tongue one. It's the one, perhaps. Because I believe in Orsa, there are like 3 click sounds, and it's... And or something. I forget. That's what I learned once. Or something like that. And one of them I can do really well just because that's how my family used to randomly communicate. That's a lot of loans ending. A lot of second team contracts. We should free up some cash. A few first team contracts. We're also getting this guy called Tej, but that's just a random freebie that we picked up for literally no reason. Can this man stop clicking? I'm afraid I can't. No. The problem I have basically is I can do the sounds, but seamlessly integrating them into actual speech is a lot more difficult because you have to, it's not like a natural thing to do, and so it becomes incredibly difficult. I have to sort of stop each time I want to do it because it is so like jarring to actually do. Constantly buffering. That is weird. My internet was a bit weird actually the last couple of days, but today it seems to be absolutely fine. Like, and by that I just mean it was a little bit slower. Hello, Rennie. How are you? Poor kid. Have you been mispronouncing your poor player's name? Dan, I'm absolutely disappointed in you. I expect better. Oh, how the standing desk tables. No. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Welcome. Oh, Bayer Leverkusen's Seaman has just signed a new 2-year deal. He's going to be some old-ass Seaman at this point. I hope they've got him in a fridge. So we started off at Mariska Merch. Or was it Mariska? No, it was Mariska Merch. I keep getting confused. In Luxembourg. Went poorly. Then we went to Italy. And then we went to... No, we didn't. That's wrong. Then we went to Cardiff Draconians in the Welsh second tier. Got them promoted. Did really well, actually, there. Nearly got them into Europe the second season. Then we went to Italy. And then we went to Belgium for a few seasons, which was fun. Managing in the absolute doldrums of Belgian third-tier football where there's no money, everybody's in debt, and some of the rules in the league are utterly absurd. Lost out promotion on games 1, so that was fun. Then finally did get the promoted. Then we moved over to Portugal, to Leixões, who I'm still not convinced I'm saying correctly, but it's not going to get any better than that. Good luck in the recap for that one, Matt. Which was really fun. Actually, ended up getting them into Europe after saving them from... got them promoted, got them into Europe, which was cool. Then we went to Tenerife, and I was expecting that to be the final club. Didn't work out that way, because we got to the Conference League final and lost to Fulham. And now here we are. How the standing desks have turned, indeed. I mean, it's such a long desk, there is no room for it to be turned. It's actually one of the things I love about this desk is that I was debating, I was going to get one that was the same like length as my previous desk, and I was like, well, why would I do that? This isn't going in a bedroom. I don't have to worry about space saving. I'm going to buy the longest desk I can buy. And so I did. Actually, I'm not sure I did. I think there was a 2-meter one. This is 180 centimeters long. And it's pretty deep as well. Like, I'd say it's at least 2.5 feet, maybe even 3 feet deep. 2.5 feet at least deep. And nearly 2 meters long. It's like... worst measuring of all time. Ah. How the standing desks sit down. Good. Wearing a Fulham jersey. I'll get away with it because it's only a training jersey. It was a bad time for me, Killian. It was a difficult moment. It's pretty deep, man. We do have a player called Meow Yanan, and no, it's not a nickname. Oh, imagine if... that would be the worst possible scenario, actually, Hamburger. We get to a Europa League final and losing to Mainz, because it would kill us and Mainz at the same time. We also did find a guy called Heating. What was the other guy you found? Oh, Bird Hunt. Tremendous. French second tier side. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh, you won it. Yeah, that would suck, actually. You do all that work to get into the Conference League, and then you get the English side in the playoff. That would suck. Christ, we are on a... I've just realised I've been chatting shit for like over a minute now, and the game has not progressed. This is because loads of contracts, and also a lot of leagues being turned off, and a load of leagues processing over to the new season as well. So it should be faster on the other side, but it's going to take a moment. Wish I'd saved before this. Probably will make sure I save the moment we come back from this minor break. Heating runs good. That he does. I'm trying to think the last time I actually had my heating on. It's probably been about 2 or 3 months now. Maybe, no, probably at least 2 months. Speaking of, actually, Pog got an email from Octopus again yesterday being like, oh, we think you need to increase the direct debit. And I'm like, what do you mean increase the fucking direct debit? Right now, our direct debit is £60 a month more than we're paying for our energy bills. And they're like, yeah, we think you need to pay more than that. I'm like, get fucked. This is the second time they've tried to pull that shit. Lunatics. Like, what are you on about? They were like, oh yeah, you really should have, what was it they wanted? They wanted to put it up to £240 a month again. I'm like, £240 a month. Bear in mind, our last 2 months of energy bills have been 80. They are genuine nutters. What I never understood is like, just why can't I just pay you what I owe you? Why do I have to? For what? That's gas and electricity. It's basically, the reason is because the previous tenant in this house was using gas and electricity at used last year. Well, I wasn't here last year, but that is the problem. It's because the previous tenant was a lunatic who basically was spending, because I did like an energy lookup thing, by the way, we've actually progressed today, that shows you like average spending in your area. This house, his average monthly spend on gas and electricity was £240. Next door, 110. Other next door, like 106. What was he doing in this house? No, basically, if it is, it's just because of the previous tenant, but it is still incredibly annoying that we have to keep having this argument with them every month. That like, no, I'm not going to up my direct debit. You've now seen how much we've been paying. I'm not going to give you any more money. I have genuinely wanted to check the loft to see if there's fucking grow lights up there. Yeah, for sure. Someone in chat actually at the time when I talked about this a few months ago said that they work for an energy company and they reckon that what was possibly happening is that he had the thermostat set to something like 28, which was very, very high and was almost impossible for it to reach naturally, particularly in the winter, and as a result it was just burning gas constantly. And then obviously there was the water situation with the toxin, the stuff in the toilet. I suspect that's most likely what was going on. So it should be okay once we go into year 2, but it has been incredibly funny the fact that, like, every couple of months, Octopus will just pop up and be like, so actually, I know that your average bill is like £100 a month, but we really think you should pay us £250 a month. Anyway, they've already had to refund us hundreds of pounds. Because we've always been using Octopus as like a supplementary savings account at this point. Like, we'll put in X amount each month, and every like 3 or 4 months we'll just take out the surplus again. It's great. It's paying for our flights to Aberdeen. Yeah, I mean, I had to take some of it back anyway, just because obviously I needed to do that giant tax bill. But it is still a little bit annoying, yeah. It's just funny. Hopefully next year, it must have been the rocks, I agree. He was heating up the rocks. It would explain why he was trying to save on the water bill. Yeah. They see the LEDs. These are low energy LEDs, Jacko. How dare you? They want a free loan. Oh, they want a free loan, yeah. The ability to take it back. Yeah, that would be insane. Luckily, they do just transfer it back, but it's just like, if you're going to do all that, just let me pay the amount I owe you in the first place. So strange. I'm on 24/7 complaining that... Yeah, that's wild that people would do that. How's your tax work compared to a 9-to-5 job? The only difference is I actually have to do it myself. So generally speaking, if you're based in the UK, which I'm assuming you are, I think is it PAYE? That's all done. One sec. All done for you by your employer, essentially. So it's just deducted automatically from your paycheck. For some reason, Twitch won't let me scroll back in chat. Twitch, you fucks! What is it doing? It keeps doing that. Oh, no shot! That is so close. Oh, you just need... The thing is, you're so close to getting Italy, but this is the issue. I often find this happens. Either England gets so good that everyone else is worse by comparison, so it's quite... not easy, but like... effective to get into second, but then the gap is so big you just can't close it. Save game. Yes, thank you. Do that now. Just in case. It's because I forget that in the summer I have it on... I always have it on save after games, but it doesn't kick in until we're playing on the friendlies. But yeah, so basically the way it works is that I just have to keep track of all my incomes and expenses over the course of a year. And because I'm still on relatively low income, generally speaking, I can do simplified accounting. And I don't have to do making tax digital yet either, because the threshold for that's just been introduced is £50,000 this year, and I'm not earning £50,000, so I'm well below those thresholds, which is useful. So yeah, all I do basically is I calculate all my incomings, which can sometimes be a little bit confusing when it's done when occasionally a company will pay you in like a foreign currency. At that point, I end up using basically HMRC's own foreign trading numbers for that amount on that month. And that way I'm using their official currency data, so they can't really kick off about the amount, how much it was valued at, because their numbers are the ones that generated the values. And then the same with expenses. It's just like, there's a lot of different subscriptions that I have that account as expenses, and obviously things like rent, I can expense some of that as well. Ironically, some of the electricity bills as well, because obviously I'm using that as part of my business. And then I just basically have to submit that to HMRC, and they'll just generate a figure. And then I go, oh! That's basically it. No, millionaires can't do simplified accounting, but, you know, I'm a billionaire, you see. One lump sum. 2 lump sums, usually. So, depending on when you pay it, you'll pay... Oh, you pay like a... a thing that kind of covers off whatever, and then you're also paying a balancing payment on next year. But the problem with that is often it's based on how much money you earned last year. And because being a content creator, your income is so sporadic and fluctuatory. For example, this is what happened to me this year, basically. Because I did really well, by my own standards, the previous year, I had to pay tax on that for this year as if I was going to earn the same when I absolutely weren't. And you can adjust it down, but I didn't want to start dicking about with that kind of stuff, basically. Bad formation. Oh, that's the sub number job, Rob. Yeah, SYC LLC based in the Caymans. Yeah, around about that. How did you know? Have you seen my accounts? You've looked it up on the Bahamian company's house.
There's a train coming.
We'll have a bit of that.
Yes,
sure, why not?
Soon. They are
Sochaux released 15
now.
players. Good news. Yes, no actual interest in Vincent, but playing in like the 3rd tier could probably be quite good for his development. Company's Tiki Bot. But because so essentially I've had to pay taxes if I'm earning like essentially about $6,000 a year more than I actually am. So it's hit me hard over the course of this year when my income's been lower. But it does mean essentially that for the next 2 years, my tax liability is going to be very low. So it kind of balances out, particularly if I start to improve again in terms of finances. So it's not the end of the world. It's just this last month has just been a bit difficult to navigate. It's the first time I've been like, oh, okay. But I was able to pay it and I can still pay my rent. Therefore, it should start to build back up again after that. Surely I can too. All I need is Messi's dad. Problem solved. I will have to extend some of these contracts for next summer, though. There's a lot of the Italian lads were only able to sign slightly shorter contracts. Look at the hair on Pasquale Gentile. Man is wearing a sheep. Amazing news. That just makes everything better. Right, what's the finances looking like now? Oh, shit. Oh, well, that's not actually happened yet, has it? Popcorn hair. Exactly, yeah. Private planes. No. Do you know I haven't? Don't know if I can salary sacrifice a 15-year-old Ford Focus. Cackham with the massive raid, and that gives me a moment to talk about a very important thing, and that is watch seamless YouTube mode. Ready? And that is the Slough charity match taking place on the 16th of August this year down at Arbour Park in Slough. I will of course be playing in that match, managed by the one and only Lelujo. Many other players that you may have heard of, including Mr. Y. Callum himself, will be involved in that match. Pog will be in the stands cheering, belittling me from afar. And yeah, all to raise money for the My Mental Health charity. It's going to be great. The ticket gets you in for the charity match, and it also gets you entry to the Slough versus Hemel Hempstead game afterwards. Get to see me play left back, running them lines. There you go, seamless. Nailed it. See, I can be competent when I try, or when I have no choice. Damn. Okay, Norway. Go off, sis or sisterum. Good lad. Robbie Fowler lines. That'll get me going even faster, sorry. David Newholm, thank you for 35. Match. Wait. I thought I said what charity match for a second? To convert out of a sexy mouth. It's true. It's not. Swing the manager's gig. I suspect that was, well, I mean, if you're going to bring in like a millionaire content creator like Lelujo, you're going to have to give him the big job, right? Cast a pound a random woman in the crowd, and that'll be Pog. The only woman on site. Actually, I think Tony's missus is coming too, but yeah. I think I should have the stamina to get up and down those lines for a little bit. Yeah, a big FM meetup essentially, which is going to be cool. I'm really looking forward to it. Player role describes me. We did talk about this. I mean, I believe Kev's exact words were, I expect you to run a half marathon in both halves. So, any good at footy? I'll tell you, Archer, the last time I played football was the last charity match, which was in 2018. There you go. There's a Discord. Callum, do you have a link for it that we could potentially put in chat in case anyone in my chat right now is interested in that potential thing? Yeah, if I'm managing to run a half marathon in 45 minutes, then move aside Elliot Kipchoge. Your boy's in there. But I think I've got the stamina. I think I should be okay. I've got a 19k block run on Saturday, which should be fun. Aren't being drug tested. Okay. Oh. Sorry, just thinking about the drug testing thing reminds me of when we were at FIFA E and Jack got drug tested. Incredible vibes. So Claudio's back there now. Weirdly, we can't ask his agent anything yet. Unless he doesn't have one. No, he does. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Let me just shortlist him for the time. Oh, he already is there. Right, cool. We can't do anything yet. But hopefully now stuff should start to happen. See you later, Callum. Kipchoge at left back. I mean, he'd have the stamina for it, if perhaps not a lot else. I mean, I'm terrible at football, but I just enjoy it. Yeah, just randomly 2 for a Sloughian plumber. I actually have no idea. But they have released, I think, some of the teams for our opponent. Ooh, Achampong. Yeah, that would be alright. Lorente. I'll let both just to see what he wants to do. But we are going to have to sign someone with that role anyway, I think. Carrot Chair seems to win this award all the time. 4 is generous. I'd say my stat was probably even higher than that. Honestly, I'd have completed my run just fine today if it wasn't for the fact I inhaled a fly. It was horrible. I just felt it hit the back of my throat and then just couldn't breathe momentarily. And then I suddenly felt okay. But then when I stopped from the interval section, I was damn near sick. So then I was like, you know what? I might just like not do the last 3K of this and probably just, you know, walk home from this point. What the hell? 58 vacant spaces. That seems like too many. I guess it's because of lots of loanees, right? Let me just see if there's anyone that needs to come in. Rezic does. Deng can. You may as well. So must you. Well, if you can be registered, you might as well be, right? Wait, Navarro's foreign, isn't he? So he can't be registered. Strawberry can't. Ah, dear. We're going to place the winner of the slap. Ooh. There you go. Right. Of course, it's the playoffs for the league this week, isn't it? Not that I am involved in that, as of course I am too painfully mediocre to have such things affect me. There's Pena as well. I might as well put him in. Ivic. Oh, maybe that's why we couldn't use him, actually. He wasn't actually registered. Avellino. Basically, you're going to register anybody that can be. Navarro can't. I get kicked out. Didn't want my my type of humour. Right. Okay, now let's go back to the wanted screen. See if we can drum up a bit more interest, because we just need Ruggeri to go. 40 players are interested now. So Ruggeri is still wanted by... Oh, it's only Red Bull Salzburg now. We may have to do it again. Or can I not do it again? I can. Okay. So we'll try that again. So there we go. We got more interest again from Al Hilal, Real Sociedad, and Red Bull Salzburg. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for the 6 months.
Please put my Bezos towards rent.
International management. Bear in mind, they've said that they're taking international management out of the game. So I believe there's a chance it could end up back in it, but I'm still unsure. But I think there's every chance that there won't even be international management in the next game. So as a result, that would simply not... Well, I guess you don't have to manage the team for it, but I think it would be a lot more difficult to do a video like that. Luckily, I'm building up a massive video bank anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think the only problem really can... The biggest problem... Wait, left out? Didn't I register? I swear I just registered him. Also, since when are you 26? Do you know what? I might just decline. Asking agent. Let's try. I just don't want to reduce his value too much. Oh my god, Shazly's worth 100 million quid. We've definitely had an upgrade here, haven't we? Jesus. Right, let's ask his agent. So just curious. Priority target right now. Okay. Interesting. It would be crazy to me. I suspect it was a case of the original plan would have been that they take it out for F25, which obviously we're never going to see, if it even existed at all. And then bring it back for F26 leading into the World Cup stuff. But obviously that's changed. I still think there's a chance that it does end up in there anyway. But I'm not sure about that. I'd love it to be, frankly. Bows under 19s. TLC, oh don't, Si, don't. You'll get the rumours started. Why am I just tried to get a team report on my own scout. That's where my brain's at anyway. Arjun Gyoka, age 25. God, he's good. Oh, he's cheap as well. Fickle. Wow, he is the... 5 foot... I still feel like 2 jumping, which is pretty low, even at 5'7". Let's try that. Four competitions like Fifi. Oh, mate, yeah. You get like a... I don't know. What would they even give you extra at that point? was going to say, don't even stress these things, Si. You'll get the next Out of Context FM tweet about that exact thing. Rumours are that some bollocks. And trying to wrestling, it does feel like it was a relatively simple fix, but I'd just be happy if the game is good. Like, that's what I'm looking for. Why are all the Midtjylland are hoarding some very strange looking players that are really good, but it's like, why are you all trying to force your way out now? Did Midtjylland like not win the league or something? Oh, they haven't won the league in ages. I forgot they got relegated, which is wild. Søren Schubert. Thing is, between 1 and 8 million. What they mean is 8 million. It's fine. Don't worry, chat. We've cleared things up. It wasn't between 1 and 8 million. It was actually between 650k and 9 million. My apologies. I thought they were just being vague, but in fact, they weren't being vague enough. Brilliant. That would be a nice little thing to have in F25. Not that. Could be now, could be never. Imagine that, though. You order a takeaway and they're just like, yeah, it might come tomorrow, or it might come immediately. It's already at your door. Those are your choices. What, this summer? Or at the end of, like, of course it's, wait, Denmark is on a... You say his contract's ending, but surely he would have been worth... Oh, you mean it's ending in, like, a year? Oh. Why did I, for a second, think that Denmark was on the same calendar as the rest of Europe and not Scandi systems? Sun is confirmed in the next intake. That'd be good, actually. Does that mean they'd have an increased chance of getting a son or daughter because you got double the chance, I guess? Wait, Denmark is on that calendar. So hang on, why would his contract... Oh, you can do 6-month deals. I see. In that case, it might be worth shortlisting and going after closer to the time of his contract expiry. So that's what threw me there. That means that means you're in for a scandal. Lose your job after me. Turns out your physio is just lusting after the regen physio. Right, in that case, I'm going to shortlist him for the time. Oh, hang on, let me just do that and then add him properly. Spanish PFA simulator. She gives birth to a 15-year-old. That's a good point, actually, yeah. Congratulations, Mrs. Fleming. It's a woman. Right. Hang on, is that guy got Omani? Oh, no, it's not Omani. That's the guy that was on loan at Shiska. I want to be able to... You're just there, dancing with the HR manager. Nice. Don't have a release clause. Yeah, but he also... If he doesn't have a contract, then his release clause becomes less of an issue, I suppose. Two guys from Norway here. Terje Sigurdsson. He's a pace machine. He's basically, I run, I dribble, I cross, I pass, but don't make me do anything else. There's also this guy, Shell Ave Sturlos. They're okay. The 16-year-old Mexican keeper might be great, but he's never going to sign for us. Immediately, anyway. Those guys I'm not convinced by. Maxim Sostik. These are just positions that were not exactly in a great... Obviously, if I see a guy who's goated, I'll pick them up, but they're not filling me with huge confidence. We've got Michael Morton, the next one of the random Mortons with random nationalities. Stakovic was the other guy we were interested in, but we went for Rezic instead, and I think it was the right choice, even though he was a bit cheaper. Mr. Berkholm, thank you for the follow. So, Juan Navarrete. Okay. It's got low first touch, but they always seem to. 6'2" is fine. Aero reach is all right for 16. Command of area is very high. Communication is good. Reflexes. He's really solid. He's definitely a shortlist and a look for him in 2 years' time type of player. A little bit injury prone. Not the end of the world, but we wouldn't be able to sign him now anyway because he's 16. He probably wouldn't even talk to us until he's 18, even if we were like a Champions League contending team. But see how he progresses. I've info to build a Mato for F26 as a player in the game. Well, the match will be streamed, Gordo. So this is one of the things where you may have to make your mind up on that one yourself rather than me. Yeah, he's on the team we're playing against in the final. Kilaza's consistency. I'd be more concerned with it if it wasn't for the fact that he's just playing so well already. And I do hope that it will get better, obviously. But offers made for Schubert. Wait, I think those might be free transfers, so we'll actually just sort of see if we can get in on that. Lorente, that's fuck all. At least offer me actual money. Sapolidis, I figured that would happen. I made offers. What are the offers? Free. Oh. Will they let me offer them nothing for him, or will this not work in this scenario? I admire the balls. Cost us in Europe. He's 21. Like, we're not expecting to win anything in Europe this season anyway. Put it this way. Kilazo, I think, is great for now. We're not going to find a better goalkeeper. We could find a goalkeeper with more consistency at this stage, but we're not going to find a better goalkeeper at this stage, and that's the issue. So I probably will just put a approach to sign. I don't think we've got any compensation anyway because he's 22. And we'll have to offer him a squad player. But we could do with the... what's the Danish cap situation looking like? Wow, okay. Sure. It's quite a bit. But I do like the depth he gives us. Why is he asking for 12 grand a week? 25 grand a week, by the way, when his estimated wage is 12 to 15? I guess it's because there's other interest from elsewhere. Let's just... I don't want it to go any higher than that. 21, I think, is actually reasonable for a player of that kind of quality at 22. Plus, he'll have resale value. He has good attributes. I suspect... The thing is, if I don't cap clause him, he's going to want wages that I don't think are realistic. Like, I'd rather take the risk on the cap clause without breaking our other thingy. Oh, Ayupspor. Because 25k a week is a lot for him. I mean, honestly, 21k is a lot for him as well. But it won't be such an issue if we could just make 1 or 2 sales. Like a Conan or a Herbert Bauer type of sale, which I would really, really like. Also, it's July 2nd, which means mid-table. Oh, that's reach. What a weird way of saying that. Reach league table. I get what they're saying, but I just don't know if I've ever paid enough attention to that. Like, reach league table. Hang on, don't we do that by definition because we go in at league table? We just check on some of these guys we want to try and get rid of. Like Ruggieri. So still seems to be no interest that's actually forthcoming. It's like, lads, can somebody just get in there? Ironically, it's not counted as completed until you've actually like got to it. What about no interest, even though there is interest? It'd be lovely if someone could actually bid on these players. No interest in Bauer again, but the moment I click that, we get interest again. I also need to check the Patreon list because I suspect we've just lost a few. I'm hoping we can drum up some competition in those. So Cap's leaving. Son of a Quiche is actually available too. But you can see that we're down to 55 on this. We have lost like 4. Ayupspor is the Yorkshire one, yeah. The latest sales, we haven't really made any sales. A couple of freebies, but there haven't really been any sales yet. How little we're playing Shasley. Oh, paying Shasley, yes. That's because he got a new contract right before he got like a massive step up. So he asked us for a new deal and we were like, oh, do I want to do that? So I did it. And it was at that point that he started to explode in value. So he's kind of tied down with a long-term deal now and there's nothing he can do about it. He's even got a boat clause in it just in case. Right, how did Northern Ireland get on? Let's have a quick gander. It sucks being like tight because we don't have a lot of money to really work with what... Because once we get that money from one of those players, we can start rolling it around into those guys that we really do need to sign. So it's just taking its time over it. So Germany did not get through. They didn't qualify. Germany failed to qualify for the knockouts of the Euros. Netherlands, Spain and Croatia through. Italy, Austria, Belgium, Switzerland and England through. Ukraine, Portugal and Czechia. Sweden, France and Denmark. But hey, they got a point against Denmark. Love to see that. Scotland did finish above Norway, to be fair, with 2 draws. Good for them. Unfortunately, nothing really crazy going on here from what I can tell. They weren't the worst, which is good. I do enjoy, yeah, the Colombian kind of... They love throwing in like an errant H. His name was Cole de Play. You You... Fuck's sake. Don would be proud of that one. I failed to see the time on the lookup. Deary me. Christina Tuesday, those guys are all in. Akishi's in, which is good to know. But Real Madrid and Barcelona, to be fair, that's exactly how we've got it this season, Hamburger. We literally start with PSG away and Lille at home. And PSG away, we got absolutely clarted on the last day of last season there. Conan on the move. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be delightful? Look at generate funds. I swear to God, every game is just like, I just can't afford it right now. Munoz, okay. Money, gone. Wales did not qualify, no. AOP Sport want a bit of Avellino as well. It's money, we'll take that. Improved contract. Buddy, no. Can't afford to right now. Even though we can. Most players I find, when you can afford to, they won't accept it. But Bauer is just a complete... He's just a good soldier. He's just like, sir, yes, sir. Spank me again, sir. If you've just joined us, I apologise. Same as usual. Yes. The overall database setup itself, yes, is the same. The only thing that's different is that obviously in this save, I'm using external databases on top of that. So I've got a lot of extra leagues turned on, basically. But the actual underlying like database setup, if you like, is the same. Yeah, I have that on top of it. Right. Improved contract. Oh, Ruggeri. Look at these guys. They're going to be so good when I sell both of them. No, unfortunately, you can't do pre-existing. The thing I do with the database where I load the players and not the clubs, although admittedly in this we've kind of done both anyway, but the reason I set it up like this is so I could then turn those clubs off and we'd still keep the players going through. But there's no way to turn that on mid-save. You can turn clubs on mid-save, but unfortunately you can't turn on the inherent like underlying database stuff. Yeah, if he wants an improved contract, please accept the contract from Al's Toy Barn. Avellino wants... Bro, I'm trying to sell you. Where's the I will happily sell you? My contract down. Cash in you while you have the choice. Good. I've been trying to do this anyway. You turned down the contract. Christ on a bike. Silly man. Harv on a pass to the third. At Man United still. They haven't given up on trying to sell you, it seems. Oh, Harv. You could spread the good word of the pasta to all of the owls. They're all that... God, you're really good. It does still irk me that you're a model citizen. Man is cashing out. Would you expect anything else? It's Harv. Andreas Adam. Austria Wien. So he actually came through at SK Bayern. What an interesting look up. What made you look him up? I'm just kind of curious because those caps came pretty early as well, Harv. Yeah, the fact that Harv just chose a random regen in the West Ham Academy and it just turned out to be an absolute worldie. Much better than your initial one as well, I would say. The fact that it's Inferno and Harv literally is the centre-back pairing at Man United right now. It's Inferno and Harv. Neither of which started at Man United. Unfortunately. But yeah, that is... We're trying to regret... The thing is I mean, I'll scout him again. Maybe we had more scouting knowledge at the time, perhaps. But if he doesn't have the work rate that's that high... To be fair, his tackling could be right in the right patch, actually. The issue with him, basically, is he's already 20 years old. Even my camera was, like, blinking in disbelief. How weird. We'll get him scouted, see if he comes through again. Because he must have been in, like, a... It must have been, like, a team report scout. Otherwise, I feel like we'd have more knowledge of him. Oh, really? Oh, he might still be good. Maybe he's developed. If he has, then we'll even have a better idea. The issue I find with basically is if I'm going to sign a player that I want to develop into something specific where I need to actually change stuff about their game, I like to sign them a bit younger so I get more time to develop them. It's difficult signing a 22-year-old and being like, hey, I'm going to train you to do something totally different. You can't teach a 22-year-old dog new tricks. That's my rule. You 100% can. Right. Okay. It does feel slightly snappier so far. I don't know if there's any more leagues that need to be turned off or whether it's just like, got it. Camera's adding. Oh, for sure. It's because I actually don't think it's the dummy battery, basically, is probably on the fritz. So because it's like randomly like disconnecting the contact, so the camera just goes, I'm off, I've got no power, and then immediately comes back on again, as is what I suspect is happening. But one day I'll buy another dummy battery and when it actually dies. Now, are there any more leagues that are getting turned off? No, we're up to date now. We've lost about 60,000 players, but those weren't going to be players that were useful for us anyway. Barrow are in for James. Fulham have just made a Stoyan offer. That's not who I want to try and sell. Ooh, loan offer for Steinmetz. Oh, they won't let us have him. So obviously we don't want to do this. But constantly charging. It's not even charging. The camera doesn't have a battery in it. Because these Canon don't allow you to have... The cameras don't plug in. So they have like actual batteries that you have to put in them. But what I've got basically is a battery that has a lead that's molded into the battery itself. So it goes through a little pocket. And it's like, so the camera just thinks there's a battery in it, but the battery itself is being fed a constant power source, basically. I believe it's due to like random legal stuff is one of the reasons that they have to do this, because of import taxes on video cameras. Just want to see if we can get him now. I thought we might try it out. Getting settled though. Sure. He also has 3 years left on his contract and a 3-year extension clause. He can be unsettled all he fucking likes. This is the thing. I think people lose their players too easily by just accepting transfers for no apparent reason. You don't need to sell your players when a club wants them. It's really crucial to, if you're building a squad, to not give in to player. We have all the power here. We have a 6-year contract on him. So we're going to leave that for the time being. The other cool thing you should really do is do not reject this. Don't stall it either. Just don't touch it. It has the effect of stalling it, but for some reason it's better, and it sometimes stops the player from getting upset. They want Pineda. On the move again. Lota Lamia. Oh, I liked Cloud. Could lose Sochaux. We don't really want to lose Tucci, do we? Not with that value. Holy shit. Besides, even if he puts in a transfer request, nothing of value has changed. He can put in a I want to be on the moon request too. It doesn't mean he's going to end up on the moon, right? Usually what happens is they'll get pissed off for a couple of months and then they get over it. Squad player is absolutely not happening, but I respect your hustle there, Nicholas. We like that. I think perhaps the game sort of gaslights you into thinking you have less power than you do. That's the thing, yeah. It gives you the stalling effect without the downsides of stalling it. So I find that it's better to just ignore it, because the game will force you to acknowledge it in like whatever length of time anyway. So it's best to just ignore them. Right. I want a nice 6-year deal for you. Lovely. Joke matter. Well, I mean, if it's a bad joke in the sense that it's just a dad joke, then obviously not. If it's just like define bad, innit? Where did I hear that? I swear I heard that on like a TikTok I saw a couple of days ago. Was that Benny Feldman maybe? I don't know. Because demands that aren't value based. Hang on, I've literally lost track of what we were doing, what we were even talking about. Oh, sorry, yes. That essentially does the same thing as, for me anyway, as the player then uses another mechanic where it says something like, you've priced me out of a move, but it's essentially the same as annoying them. So what I found, my logic basically is, firstly, I will not stall. I will just delay it without actually touching it. Then when I have to turn it down, sometimes I find the player doesn't actually get upset even though it said they would do. It seems like there's a much higher chance of them not getting upset. Then, there's a few different things you can do. Because Stoyan is our captain and has high team leader dynamics, I should potentially be able to convince him to stay anyway. But there's another thing you can do if that's not looking likely to work, and that is when you get a high team leader, piss them off in the sense that you turn down a move for them. This is obviously very dependent on them being interested in them as well. And then you can use but this team leader said they'd want to stay kind of thing. Is that the wrong song? Shit, my bad. Let me refund your points. Not the monetary value to the demand, just the price for price. I don't know, but they'll still probably get pissed off at me. And I find that this is just what I do, and it works. I've not found any other method that works better. It's still not foolproof. And he probably, most likely in this case, Stoyan, as we know, is a bit of a whopper. I forget what his personality is. Let's just check, actually. I think he might be a perfectionist, which is probably part of the issue. Where is he? Realist. Okay. He is the club captain, which should help. Because it'll allow us things like team leader. I think that might be enough. We'll see, though. What I'm hoping for is I basically reduce the effects of it by not cancelling it straight away, and then when I do annoy him, either it doesn't annoy him at all, or I hit him with the team leader one. Because he is the club captain, which will help. And if it was, I think it also helps that it's Fulham and not like Man United or something, right? Hoot Boy, thank you for the follow. A fan of owls by any chance? God, everyone wants a bit of Steinmetz, and I'm not allowed. I hate it because they're all putting loan bids in, and I'm not allowed to. It just makes me sad. It's like, no, I want to bring Steinmetz home. Absolutely love owls. To be fair, goated animal. Saw a couple of months ago. I was out for a run really early in the morning. Well, literally owls just swooping around this field at like 7 a.m. It was so cool. Feels he's currently underpaid. What's your contract situation looking like there, bud? 3-year deal, 3-year extension. Yeah, no. You're not going anywhere, fun. I'm certainly not giving him a new deal yet. So, we'll hit him with the... Can't afford to offer terms. Lovely. To it, to woo. Would know he ticked over. Maybe. Bear in mind as well, Fulham... Also, how are Fulham putting £40 million on the table when their literal financial status right now is in debt? Not insecure, in debt. They had a negative balance of 240 million the last time we checked. Now, maybe they've been bailed out. Let's check. Oh, they've had a takeover, surely. Oh, come on now. The last thing we need today is Tycoon Fulham. But now we've got Tycoon Fulham. The Koreans are in at Fulham. Ki Hwan Kim is in. Hundy P. They're going to be a problem. I mean, they've had a Tycoon before, in fairness. This is their second Tycoon of the save. So, do we know who this guy is? Hyundai P? Amazing. He must be a real person, surely. Is he another wheelchair basketball player? Is this like a revenge mission? Okay, so either way, that's going to be more difficult. That makes me think that Fulham might actually... Depends what type of Tycoon they've got. It's not going to hopefully be like a Napoli Tycoon. Who I assume have already started doing bits, right? 500 grand. Yes, I think I will take that. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Hootboy. Yeah, it was really fun, basically. Once we sort of figured out a tactic, I always felt that we were going to be okay. Otherwise, you know, Brentford shirt was inbound. But either way, I'm glad we got that over the line. Right. Wait, removed from shortlist? No, I'd like to keep an eye on Nikolic. Why was he removed from shortlist? Actually, I think he may have just maxed out. Oh, well. Proactive. Yeah, but Napoli kind of were doing that too. Haven't actually... Wow. We are 7 days into the transfer window and Napoli have signed nobody. I don't trust it. They have sold a guy called Isaias Falcon. That's a full week into their window. What are they playing at? So Mario Lorenzo is going to go out on loan. These are just loans. Somebody bid on one of my players so I can actually fucking start signing people. Because right now, the players we actually want to bring in are too expensive. And there's nobody coming through our scout reports that look that good. Oh, Pogs just hit me with the O Matthew. Is it about to be the big one? I think probably not. I feel like there'd be more emojis involved if it was the big one. Or she's just downplaying it. She'd just be like, still haven't heard. I'm like, oh. She literally just said, still haven't heard. Pog, stop it. You can't do that. And if you're going to do that, do it in one message, goddammit. Miracle on the Brazilian. Really? What, to the top of it? Oh, Pog's angry with her current work. How unusual. I hate when people like message my message instead of just putting it all in one message. It's just like Willian, yeah. You're never that far away from a Willian signing. No first team players. Is that just because no one's around? The wages demands... What's the outs right now? Yeah, there's nobody... Wait. Hang on. Oh, that's the store-in money. Wait. I assume it is, yeah. I might... Is Conan still wanted? Right. Is what about Anderlecht? Let's try intermediary again. Have a little look. So we've got Anderlecht, Real Sociedad and Sporting Gijón, but none of them That interesting. Let's ask his agent. None yet. Because Conan could be the answer to all our prayers. Him and Ruggieri, pretty much. Just selling those two could be crucial. It's just annoying that all the clubs that allegedly want them are in the middle of not being able to afford them. God damn it. He's like Nick Taylor, not a real man. No! In that case, we're going to have to find some other South Korean man to model him on. Who could he possibly be? Oh, I've got an errant hair. You hate to see it. Oh, 5th in the Brazilian first division. That sounds good. I just don't know enough about the Brazilian league to know what's good about, but they're not a team that I'm like super familiar with, so I assume that's a good sign that they've sort of come out of nowhere, I guess. Is there a list of real tycoons? I think it's just that you can sort of Google most of them. Because some of them are just like real people. Like the guy that we had take over at, was it MTK? That was a real guy. Still kicking the ball. Yes, you are. I think you're in Saudi now, I believe. I mean, nobody's done as well in this over the Patreon regions as that one dude that went to Saudi really early. I think it was Manassian and has just been crashing in goals ever since. Other day on. Oh, yeah. You know me. James is just ready to bring out the Captain the Captain Pogwash meme again. Well, the thing is, it's totally randomized anyway, right? I think they are real. I don't know. Maybe it's just that they happen to share the names of real people, and it's like if you look hard enough, you can find a kind of well-off person with most names, I guess. Not my name, obviously. Only me. So yeah, you moved for £13 million. Just cutting about Shabab Al Ali, not Al Shabab. That's a very different team. Generating a hell of a lot of assists. Still not as many as you got for Gladbach, though. 89k is actually very low. Oh, wait, this isn't Saudi, is it? It's UAE. That's why. It's gone to the poorer brother. Okay. Any wholly expensive people? Or just older players, really? Older players that are not likely to be useful to us just due to their values. It's like, why are they showing me players that's worth 17 million quid? Like I have that kind of money flapping about. Yet. Give it a chance. It'll come. Tycoons, roller coasters. That's the only tycoons I'd be involved with is roller coasters. Kleber. Okay, he's. Oh, fucking hell. God, I can't wait to be in the position where these guys are like legitimate, like actual recruitment targets for us. Low aggression, though. But I might just shortlist him, actually. Not for now, because I think by the time that we are able to afford someone like this, he'll be long gone to Europe. But, you know, never know. Just in case it doesn't develop in the way that you would have liked. Perverts there at... Wait, you're asking to leave? You're 16. Agreed playing time? You're 16! What could your agreed playing time possibly be? I'm intrigued about... Actually, let's just look at him now. Do we want to sign a guy whose name is Perverts? I kind of do, but not for £7 million. The man is called Perverts, yeah. I hadn't even twigged to that. He's made 0 appearances, which makes sense because he's 16. I don't think I've ever seen a 16-year-old request to leave a club through lack of playing time. What playing time was he exactly expecting? How has he been here 3 years? I guess technically we're into the next year now, aren't we? But that is the most expensive pervert I've ever seen. The thing is, he's not actually that bad. 5'8", but has 12 jumping reach. I mean, it'd be rude not to sign a guy called Perverts, but 7 million is a lot for a pervert. I couldn't even put this on TikTok. I'd probably just get age restricted. Yeah, I mean, I'd still like to try and sign him at some point. Because to have 12 jumping reach at 5'8" is wild. And he's 16, which means that will play time. You might be right, Kingpin. I know, I saw that side. That's wild. I've still not been banned yet. Give me a chance, though. Yeah, his mummy took away his PlayStation. Well, we're definitely... Chat, would you believe this? Say it with me now. The pervert is going on the list. So it's all good. Oh, is it live stream? Oh, I don't live stream to TikTok. I find it... Actually, I do have the bandwidth now. I simply don't have the setup to do that yet. He's a really good player. Like, he has a lot of the minerals I would look for in a centre-back, frankly. And he will get taller as well, because he's only 16. He could probably get to 5'10". 14, 15 jumping reach. He's not the quickest, but he's got great stamina. You need to have good stamina to be a pervert.
Cooper,
oh, dear.
Not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 damn.
Is there a way that we can avoid buying him from Aarhus and just buy him off of, like, the dark web or something? Phil Gunnan, or Phil Gunnan, thank you for the follow. Okay. He's everything you want in a pervert. Like, to be fair, you don't really want a pervert with 16 decisions. Okay, I've run that into the ground now. Tremendous. I can't believe I didn't notice that being his name initially. Right, he is shortlisted, right? Luckily, he's not wanted by anybody. I just like the fact that there's an 18-year-old man called Bob Bailey. That's someone's uncle. He's an uncle already and he's 18. Interpol FC. Yeah, Metropolitan Police might be interested. We've also got this guy. What a name. Magnus Folk Itador. Oh, look at that. Good. About coffee? Naturally. Yeah, he's a bit expensive. They are just Norway FC, aren't they? Yeah. You're Ashley Smith at Columbia. Oh, we already know about this guy. This was the guy from the Next Gen list, right? He's really good as well, but he has the slight problem of the non-EU tax. That is such a Brentford player, isn't it? Uncle 3 years older than him. There you go. It's doable. Alessio Orsini. Why do I recognise that name? I think he was a player we looked at one point as a potential signing. It's just not a position we need. Who is this guy? 15? Does have good tackling. Work rate's naff. It's not the quickest, but he's only 15. Solid player. Wait, I haven't even sent round the players we don't know anything about. I got too ahead of myself. I blame the perverts. Right. Superb. Okay, that narrows it down a little bit. Oh, well, there's even players on here that I hadn't even triaged properly yet, including that guy we're literally trying to buy. Right, let's get rid of you. There we go. That's a bit more easy. This guy is listed for £2.1 million still. And he does now have that little extra half a star. Senad Jahic. The biggest problem with old Senad here is the lack of a left foot. It's not the end of the world for an inverted winger. Crossing isn't... He's 19 actually. He's basically physicals man, isn't he? Wages are relatively cheap. He still feels like there'd be good value in the deal. He may have already been on our shortlist and not just added because of that, but I just want to make sure. He's maybe one to keep an eye on later in the window. For example, say we actually do manage to get rid of the players we're trying to sell and have loads of money left over. I reckon 2.1 million on him just to try is probably worth it. If we've got like 15 million knocking about. In our current budget, no, but later maybe. And the same with this guy, actually. Oh, not that we could... Well, we might be able to sign him. Potentially. This guy I'm already worried about the PA. Daniel Collin. Ooh. He is highly... He probably has quite high professionalism because he's got both resolute and confrontational. Don't know where the accent came from there. Don't like his mentals. They will improve, but not in the way that I like. Božić. He's got really good mentals. I love that he is like 4 inches taller than the other guy and he's only got one more jumping reach. He's okay, but I'm not convinced. Oh, Polish guy, he's really average. Decent wingback. He's not slow. Yeah, maybe he's another one to keep an eye on. These are all players that I think if we have more money at our disposal, would be kind of nice to go and hoover them all up towards the end of the window. Why has it done that? Right now, really, we can't make... I know we've got a little bit of money knocking about, but I'm just basically operating as if we're not going to be able to sell anybody. But then if we do... Because at that point, I'm then going to have to go and try and structure a deal for someone like... Because, for example, say we don't get to sell any of the 3 players that we're trying to get rid of, and we're only working with £6.5 million. then at that point I'm going to have to try and structure a deal for either Claudio or Casper Key that only cost us £6 million this season, which I can do, but I'd prefer to just pay the fee using our own money this season because of like FFP and stuff like that, rather than structuring it over time. Although that would be okay as well, but she needs some interest. Top condition. Good to know, lads. I mean, you're about to be sold anyway. Why is that? Demote player. Gone AWOL. Oh, wow. Tell you what, Stoyan's only one away from getting demoted. Transfer in them, that'll ruin their value. Like, I know there's a case of like, something's better than nothing, but if that something is basically nothing, then it isn't. At the end of the day, if the clubs that are interested in the player don't have the money right now, offering them out for the transfer is only going to encourage clubs that do have money but don't have enough to actually buy them to try and get in the action. I just don't want to do that. We just have to have a bit of patience. Wouldn't strengthen the team starting 11. Are you on crack? Maybe they are. That surprises me. That he's a starting player for us, that he wouldn't... I suppose it is Red Bull Salzburg. They sometimes do pop off a little bit. So we're getting Serdan Schubert for basically nothing. Not till January, but I think it'll have value. Says Wood. Wait, what am I talking about? Oh, Wood. Sorry, my bad. Why on earth would it say wouldn't? I'm an idiot. Yeah, Shazzy's worth a fortune. To the point where the only person that could really afford Shaz at this stage is probably Napoli. What we need, chat, is Napoli to get their checkbook out and sign all three of them from us. Pretty much. What I just want to see is somebody bid. I should just basically do it on a weekly basis, really, shouldn't I? Every week. Hire an intermediary. Check that. So West Ham on loan. It's the same ones as before. Ask agent about market interest. Okay. Patience. It's important to be patient. Fulham in for Rush. Oh, God. Tell you what, though. We could mug off Fulham and give one of these guys them. No, Napoli haven't signed anybody yet this season, which is why I'm worried that... Oh, maybe I should check if their Tycoon's pulled out. Because it is odd that we're like nearly 10 days into the window now and not a single signing for Napoli. Maybe their accountants, upon seeing them spend 400 million last year, kind of went, you know what, lads? Just rein it in a notch. Who am I kidding? They're never going to do that, are they? Let's check. Luckily, I've got my search here for Napoli. It's happened! Finally! Napoli are no longer as rich as they were prior. After 11 years of wheelchair basketball dominance, Napoli are about to become slightly less rich. I'm actually a little bit sad. I was kind of curious to see how much more spending they could continue to do, given that they've spent £4 billion. That's not even an exaggeration either. Ah. The wheels have come off. Oh, they've won loads of leagues. They've won, I think, 4 or 5 league titles during that 11-year period. So he took over in 2029. So, actually, I say that. They've won 4 league titles under his tutelage. But they haven't won the last 2, because Inter are just kind of goated. So far, yes, even in the season where they sold like £300 million worth of players, they still made a loss because they spent 400 million. Napoli have never seen a debt they didn't like. The Bale bondsmen are kind of be coming around for them. We're all about, yeah, I mean, to be fair. Oh, you missed this earlier, Ridian. Jamal Lowe's Inter, their best player, or their best prospect, Jamal Lowe's Jaleel Loris has got 6 Jamaica caps now. Sponsorship goes down. It might do, but I'm not sure it will. Maybe? To be fair, they have more. I think only Spurs have more sponsorship than Napoli in world football in this save right now, and that would explain Spurs' treble of league titles in a row now. Not to mention their 3 Champions Leagues. Only survived less than 10 years. Yeah. And bear in mind, their tycoon surviving around about 10 years is the outlier as well. That's the exception, not the rule. Most tycoons in FM don't even last more than about 3 or 4 years, I find, before they start scaling back funding. It's just a little bit annoying. I suspect it's built around the fact that you're not doing long-term saves again. Which is a bit ironic, really, that there are some functionality that does seem to be built for the short-term save, so it happens a lot faster. But at the same time, things like dynamic use rating and stuff, oh no, that's glacial and takes literal centuries to have anything to happen. Genk show interest in Cariello. That's not a lot of money. Manuel Simon. honestly... Oh, there's optional fees in that. Yeah, we don't want that. Particularly the optional fees are tiny. I was thinking, would that be good for him to get football, but not with an optional fee of 100 grand? Yeah, in Bulgaria, that will be very fascinating to see how that goes. So Munoz is going for, again, bugger all money, but he's going to Pogon. So that's something. But these are not big wages we're getting rid of. We just need somebody to put a bit of interest in. No sales yet, no. It's like they're right there, but nobody wants to make the first move. It's like we're basically sat in the bar, and we've got like some beautiful pizza on the table. And in this case, the pizza is Herbert Bauer, Lamine Conan, and Ruggieri. And they're eyeing us from over the other side of the bar. They want a slice. Some might say they want the entire thing. We're making eye contact. I'm licking my lips like, maybe that's the problem. But they're not coming over. They won't talk to us. They won't buy us a drink, and they sure as shit won't buy our pizza. Unfortunately. So I haven't had to redo the team reports, but so basically what happened is, when he retired, nothing happened. So the team reports are still there under his name, but are just not coming through, basically. So what I'm going to likely do is cancel them all, then go through and do like a normal going through the national teams and try to fill any gaps that have been kind of screwed by it. Because I'm not going to go through and spend I don't have time to spend 3 hours doing it all again. So it's unfortunate. But I think the only way you can get around that really would be by having a really young scout. Right, okay. Here we go. Let's see what happens with Nikolai Stoyan. Everyone's waiting for the back markers to go up, literally. To put some rubber down on the track. Once we get one bid, we're ready. Right, so I reject this. Let's see if he probably will still get pissed at me. Doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. Yeah, he's got pissed at me. Okay, cool. So the next issue, I'll ask, who the hell is this? Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. Let me just... Oh. Chat, have you ever been in a situation where you're just like, you know what? I know what would really help this. My set piece coach, Baptiste Lagarec. Why am I allowed to ask my set piece coach to keep a player here? What possible good is he going to do? Prepared to give it the best shot. This is where it works. Story's just in love with the set piece coach. I will just try and see if I can talk to Mr. Haribo. Sometimes it will still let you. Speak about ambassadorial duties, new signings. That's weird. Oh, I probably didn't welcome the guy. Right, okay, now we have to discuss it with Stoyan. So, because he is a... Why is my director of football here? And why is he very worried? Calm down, Julian. It's going to be okay. Okay. So what we want is real leader. He'll probably still say no, because I just do think he's a bit of a penis. But you never know. And that, my friends, is what I'm talking about when I say you don't have to just accept bids for your players if you think that you're going to upset them. There are ways around it. Lovely. Man just folded like a house of cards. And Adolf is like, ho, ho, ho. You mean Lushaft. Thank you. You xenophobe. Julian's seen Stoyan in the club in class. Oh, what's this? Ah. James has rejected Barrow. James has actually turned down an opportunity to play in the National League instead to just keep cutting about doing nothing. What do you think of that one, James? Useless. It's so weird when they turn down these contracts just to stay on trial. That's glorious. Le Chiffre, maybe. We'll take him to... Well, could take him to Casino Royale, I guess. Yeah, you can change now. And now I'm going to be super confused for the next, 3 streams, Hayden. Whenever someone in chat changes their name color, it throws me completely. Because I actually look out for name colors to know who people are a lot of the time before it saves me having to do any actual reading. So I know that bright yellow is usually Hadrian. Sometimes it's Pog. Orange is usually Don. There's a lot of greens though. You've got Dazza and Leaf with different colors of green, obviously. Andrew's like a red. You've got... Halves is obviously the blue. There's a few light blues as well. Pink, less. We don't have as many. Oh, actually, there are a few pinks. Yeah, there is some pink. Yeah, Bagpuss is pink. Bearded Child, I think, is pink as well. Yep. Oh, here we go. Right, now we should be able to see if we've completed that. We have. But, oh, that's the league. We haven't completed that because that's the league. Wait, now it's be competitive. It means the same thing, right? Copper. Sorry, Gordon. There's a lot of pink, actually, to be fair. I respect it. Speaking of pink, actually, I bought an 80s retro pink and white and purple Vans jumper yesterday on Vinted for £5. And it's so sick. And I also bought, you know those like old VHS tapes with the amazing covers? There's a company in Sweden that makes like jumpers with those designs on them, but they're like 40 quid. I found one on Vintage yesterday for £7, brand new. Oh, I love Vinted. It's so good. This was from Vinted, £3. I think I might just do all my shopping there now, frankly. Clothes shops are a rip-off. If I can get literally brand new clothes for the most part for 80% off, why wouldn't I? Transfer of trainers. Honestly, really poorly built. We're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now because the players we want to be able to pick up and sign, we can't afford at the moment. And the players we want to try to get rid of to fund those transfers, we can't get rid of because there's interest in them, but they will not put a bid in. It is a problem. 15 quid, that's dope. Yeah, I got my current running top, which is just like this Adidas one, but it was an Adidas Climate Cool one or whatever. It was like £30, but it wasn't £30. It cost me £4. Spring green. Oh, you're going to confuse the shit out of me, chat. Bonacci's making positive development. Oh, good lord. Wait, what's happening with Gen Z? Gen Z is actually developing quite nicely. His attention span is shot, but he's doing all right. Bonacci is 4-star, 5-star. Shit, you know. He's a bit good, isn't he? Pervert was Danish. No, I think he was either German or Danish. He was at Aarhus. Found it 205. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I have to buy some shorts for the charity match, and I'm just going to get some on Vinted. Frank, I might even get some Fulham ones. Shane, thank you for the prime. That's super kind of you, friend. Boom. Aarhus in the middle of All Street, indeed. Right, let's have another look at the guys again. See if I can offer out the troublemakers once more. What I should have done earlier, honestly, I'm starting to think that perhaps I could have enticed those bids. Because Conan, when I offered it out... Sorry, not when I offered it out. With Conan, when I initially did the intermediary thing, there was... now the bids are way lower. Originally, we were going off for 20 million there, and I probably should have just taken it. But at the time, we were expecting to see more later down the line. Yeah, you're a loanee. That's okay. Squad player. Ooh. Are they all paying the same? They are. In that case, we'll send you to those chaps there. What's the must respond? Oh, that's this. Got greedy. Yeah, potentially, but we needed the cash. Season preview. I actually don't know. I imagine we've not... Well, our status will have remained largely the same. Obviously, other teams will have been signing players around us. Steinmetz has gone to Red Bull Salzburg. Is that... That might not be... Shit! They've agreed to 28 million? You wanted fucking... They wanted 39 before, then 54, and now somehow they've got 28 million as part of the loan deal. That's wild. I guess there's possibly a loan fee in there too. Let's check. Ah, wait, what? Optional future fee of 53 million. Lads, what are we doing here? This is where it turns out the loan fee is like £28 million or something. Okay, I'll just keep pressing continue.
Fiona!
Smiths, thank you for the follow. Well, remember, Steiny's been around on our our radar for a while now. Like, he... I'm actually good, man. Odd that would be the first thing you'd put in chat. It's just a little bit spammy. I hope you realise that. And I suspect this isn't the first time you've done it this much chat, so I suspect you probably don't realise that. But just as a... If this is going to have any chance of, like, getting through, maybe it will. It's probably not the ideal thing to be putting in people's Twitch chats. You're not going to get the response you're potentially looking for. It's not ideal, is all I'm saying. There's better ways to go about it, you know? Not yet, Harv, no. It's the bot, by the way. Is it? Well, we'll see if the bot says anything else. Can't create a gesture. Well, we'll see if the bot says anything else. But Harv, you can get your hammer out ready. Your local canal. Can I throw you into the canal? Ready and get hacked. Oh, really? Oh, go on then, Harv. If that's the case, I trust you, Shane. Then you are spring green. Beautiful green. Spam his house. Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, we don't want to do that. Silliness. We're going together? What? You and the dogs? No. I'd like to loan you, but I'm not letting an optional fee in here. Stop trying to sneak. I've literally just bought this player. Okay, what are they smoking? You can go, that's fine. Lorento's rejected his deal from Who rejects a loan in Marbella? Is he out of his damn mind? Yeah, Harv's now trying to figure out which button it is. I'll slide open. Can't afford to pay you right now. Maybe we are actually hemorrhaging cash or something. No, we're not. There you go, Harv. Well done. Round of applause for Harv. Someone's pulled his tummy muscles. Recent surgeon. Ooh. That's kind of sick. I mean, I rarely ever buy other English football club shirts. The only ones I think I have really are like, well, Cambridge United, because again, local. And like, they're not a direct rival to Fulham, so I feel all right with buying that. But I don't know. I just can't do it. Other clubs in other countries, I'm totally fine with, but I just don't like wearing shirts of other clubs in this country. Oh, I do have a Cheltenham Town one as well, actually. I should stress. Where's my Ely shirt? I'd love one. But they're impossible to get hold of. I would absolutely love one. My hope is that we can get on the Discord play with him. You do that. You go, girl. Sure. Yeah, lower league is fine. Exactly, yeah. Sassuolo's new shirt is actually really, really sick. Weirdly, that one didn't come up when we were talking about shirts the other day. But yeah, I saw it on a TikTok and it was really, really nice. Enzo Maresca's Aston Villa. Michael Carrick's still at Borough? Or is this quite early into a save? I'm good, Darren. How are you, friend? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. So now you see it. And now you don't. Avellino's off. I'm making a few sales here, but these are that's a lot of movement for early doors, to be honest. I'm actually really good, Darren. How are you, friend? How's life treating you? So he's going to... Oh, what if that'll soften up for that other guy we were after? Who was the third? There was another player, because it wasn't just Conan and Ruggeri. There was a third... Oh, it was Bauer. The Bowerman. No one's interested. Anderlecht, they can't afford him, surely. Hang on. I know. I've never seen that before. I'm keen to move on. They're just like, no. I don't think you will. I might have overdone it with the agent there. Okay. So it's Trevor Park Council can't get back into it. I don't blame you, honestly. I've massively enjoyed this save specifically, but I think I would have really lost a lot of interest had I been had I decided to continue Sirens. I think I would have been in a very similar situation, really. Actually, with Edges, apparently, so I think they're just sick of me ringing them every single day, being like, can I sell my player to you yet? Which is understandable. Oh, God. What's half found? How in the fuck did you find that? And also, £22. I don't know when this is from. This can't be brand new, right? I'm so confused. I didn't realise that you could even get that. I'll have to actually look at it. To be fair, I only looked in like the normal, usual places. So maybe I'll have to have a little bit of a deeper dive on that one. There might be a way. Because it's not like they like to have a club shop. Although it'd be good if they did. I'd like to try and do some stuff with them next game cycle. Not sure what, but even if I use that as the source of my Matt Gets Rhabdomyolysis series. Amori Vidal. Good name. Solid player. Definitely one to come back later. Shipping container at the ground. To be fair, there's everything else up there. There's everything you could possibly want is up at the football club. Genuinely. Including the rugby club. Grad Vrug. I love his name because it sounds like someone yawning. He's a volatile perfectionist. Oh, how much do you not want to talk to him in a player interaction? He would be the worst. But his name is Grad Vrug, so I do kind of like that. He's already being scouted, so he'll come around again anyway. Luciano Bizanz is at Liverpool. Very competitive. Even better. He's even worse. Anthony, why do I recognise that name? He might have been one. I think he was the player that I didn't sign when we were at Tenerife or something. Like, he went to sign someone else. Mikel Urquiza. Where are you, Urquiza? He's... and then Julio Cadavid. No, he's dead. Not for me. This is a poor one. This is the downside of us doing so many team reports, is that there's less... Okay. Fucking hell. Sorry. I've realised that we're all looking at all shirts. Shirts are fantastic. Can I just direct your attention right now, if you're not currently looking at the screen, to the fact that I've just looked at the team reports for the last 30 days. There is a 15-year-old from Denijska Strader in here who has 3-star CA. He's injured, but... Okay, right, obviously I'm going to scout them. But... There's another cuck there too. What's the injury? Pulled calf. Right. Please be good. I mean, we couldn't... Oh my god! That might be the greatest player in that age bracket I've ever seen in Football Manager. Oh my god! How can you be that good? He is EU-based, which means we could be able to sign him. Okay, he's too young. I think the reason he's not been in appearance is because he's genned in this year's youth intake. So he wouldn't have had a chance to play for them, most likely. Slovak. Right. Okay, well, we can't sign him because he won't sign for us yet because he's... When is he 16? August. Okay. Note time? It's very hard, but usually if you're in Europe and they're in Europe too, it's like... It's more doable. That's why I even tried. Because normally you notice I'd be just like, we'll never sign those guys. But when he's 16, we might be able to sign him. Unflappable resilient. Filters out. What exactly... Because when you say filters, bear in mind, this filter isn't actually finding any players. This filter, all this filter is doing basically is triaging reports that I've got from the team reports. So it's very useful, but if just putting this on basically is, if you say you had a normal save and you just whacked this filter in, it wouldn't find you any players. Like, it would be literally empty. 16-3. Okay, we're going to put a... Sorry, let me just... right, note on him. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a player... I know, I feel like I've said this before in this save, and I can't remember who it was about. Was it one of the Tenerife guys? Either way... This guy's better. Now, he may not have the ceiling, but I don't really care. He's a bit like Albin Johansson. Yeah, the team reports is what populates it, basically. Hello, Pog. I have been seeing your Telegram messages. Tell him to hurry up, chat. Tell him to hurry up. Tell the River Police to hurry up. He's number one on the... If he plays a single game, right. Try to sign him. I love those categories. This part of the game is really underused considering how developed it actually is. I think it could do with a lot of work, but there's a lot of functionality to it. So what was it, the 6th of August? We'll just do the 7th because I always like to set it one day afterwards just in case. Cool. We've got half... Will we get there today? Maybe, you know. If we do, then it's a good sign that the speeding up of the leagues has certainly helped. Oh, that is... Like, obviously, you see a player who's 15 and has 3-star CA at the level we're at, you expect them to have something decent, but usually what happens is, I was expecting it to be that he has some okay physicals, and that's where the CA's gone, as well as, say, like, he's 2-footed, has some things that you don't really want, and it's just like, it's fine. But he's actually technically gifted, which is really unusual at that age. Because we don't need him to have elite mentals. Although he does have some very elite mentals. Because we can develop his mentals in the right way. Like, 18 technique is insane. Didn't he have insanely good work rate as well? Well, I didn't even see what role he'd be. He'd probably be a DLP, right? Or like a DLP, the guy that sits there in those roles and can play both, probably. I'm so sorry, Jasoba. I've mispronounced your name. Extra rest. Why can't I just say, oh, sorry, mate, I'm planning to sell you? whatever. We'll sell them anyway. I might just do this now, actually. Aren't you under a bid anyway? No, you're not. All right. Worth a go. Oh, now there's interest. Oh, it's all loaned, but still. Interest is interest, right? Intermediary. Agent. Loads of loans. You can get that. It can happen. I'd be willing to bet. You know that Albin Johansson guy? The guy we found at, was it Djurgården that went to Liverpool? I reckon he's one of those. I reckon he had obscene PA at CA, which is why he was thrown into the... Now, hopefully he's got the PA too, but I think he probably does, because I think like Liverpool wouldn't have signed him otherwise. So James Render has left, but now we're going to bring him back in again. Socorro. Maybe, but I'd be willing to bet it wasn't that high. I think it got really high really quick because we played him loads straight away. Actually, what am I talking about? 130 CA is like high upper level championship player. Yeah, actually, I'm completely misjudged that. It's been a while since I've done the agent videos to the point where I've got an idea of like where the PA range, the CA ranges are for teams. But like 138 would get you like, that's a good championship level player. Maybe even like a, yeah, like a Premier League fodder kind of player. That guy's insane. If he even has a whiff of potential, I mean, to be honest, I want to sign him anyway just because he's so good now and that's just kind of fun. But if he actually does have PA as well, the fact that it wasn't full 5 stars was a little bit concerning. But that might just be because we got vague knowledge of it. Make it pretty high. Yeah, absolutely. No, it was high. But remember, when he was, we threw him into the first team at 16. So he had 2 years of development. And if they've got any kind of PA, then the amount of development of their CA they're going to get over 2 years of first team football at that age is absolutely unbelievable. That's why, particularly in the Spanish league, where the reputation is wildly high, so they're going to get even more development with the right training, all these different factors. There's so many things that went into going there, went into making him that way. That's why those guys, I think, are so good now, because we got them the early development that they needed. They may have developed like that later anyway if you'd weaned them in, but by doing that early, we got them the value that perhaps actually is one of the reasons they stayed at Tenerife a little bit longer, because they were almost too good too soon to like leave outside of a few certain clubs, basically. I'm just going to keep hitting continue until somebody bids on my players. Have I ever... That's kind of Fulham or Napoli, probably. I don't think I've ever done a transfer stream where I haven't signed anybody. I suppose we have signed people, right? Just not... I mean, 2 freebies and a random Spanish guy and sold 700k's worth of players, but haven't actually made like the big deals that we normally do. We should love the stats. Usually when he reaches the next on this. Yes. I mean, he'll obviously be playing for them next season, for sure. Unless we manage to get him out from underneath them before then. Lille offered me the job. Wait, does that mean they lost Nagelsmann? But he didn't go to... Oh, he's at Liverpool now, which means... Who was the Liverpool manager before? And where's he? Wasn't that Arteta? Or was it... Oh, it was Ten Hag. Sorry, Ten Hag retired from Liverpool. Newly promoted team, which was... Oh, was it Eyüpspor by any chance? That would have been great fun. You're both regular stars. That's okay. Badajoz are in for you as well, which is good. Just getting these guys off the bill is nice. Free us up some wages. Although not with him, obviously. High FM. There we go. Yusuf Al... Hang on. Did you say the Lille... Where's the Lille? Yusuf Al... Beautiful British name. Is the chairman of Lille. Yes, he might be the real chairman of Lille for all we know. Pogs just said, I genuinely worry they won't approve my resignation. I was like, that's the brilliant thing about resignation. They don't need to approve it. A resignation is a notice. It's a, this is, you're being made aware of this. It's not a discussion. Like, Leo wants to marry Roy. Maybe. I mean, who could blame them? Roy's a beautiful, beautiful man. Yeah, those guys, I'll have to sort these contracts out after stream just because I want to make sure we tie those guys down. Because they are good. A boat clause, well, there you go. That's the thing. I was like, at the end of the day, if they wanted any kind of employee loyalty or for you to work your notice period, then there's no incentive for you to do so because they won't even provide proper references. Like, there's no downside to not... That's their fault. What are they going to do? Put you on gardening leave? Like, God, my back is still hurting from gardening on Saturday, but on the plus side, my driveway is looking fire. Pog was amazing when we got back yesterday. It is just nice to have Pog back as well. I hadn't realised... Well, obviously I kind of knew that already, but like general functional stuff, I was not having an issue with. It was more just like staying on track. I tended to... I think it's just because I was mostly by myself, so I sort of ruminated even more than usual. And it was not very nice, but just getting Pog back yesterday has just made me feel a lot more comfortable. And do I want to do that? You're not really paying us anything, lads. Loan offers for Navarro? Yeah, go on then. You and you and you. And you as well. You as well. Shit a bag and send it to me. You can afterwards. Pog is under a bid. Exactly. The agent's just taking time. Dick over the holidays. Well, she hasn't got any holiday booked anyway. And at the end of the day, again, like, minimum what? Like, what are they gonna do? They can't not pay you for hours you've already worked, so good luck to them. Like, let's try Deji. There is a bit of interest. Generate funds, targets other positions, etc, etc, etc. Some shelter for the slow worms in your garden chat. What? It's probably 4 weeks, but also, like, who gives a shit? It's just one of those wonderful, what are you going to do kind of moments. Also, I love how easy her company have made it to resign. It is literally just a portal and you can click like 3 buttons on their website now. It's like, real indicator of high staff turnover. They make it really easy to leave. And so they should, frankly. It's desperately... It's definitely moving faster. Even though we had that like massive processing period. That happens every summer no matter how many leagues you've got loaded. And I suspect part of it was because we were turning leagues off as well. But it definitely feels like there's more progress being made now. And this is in a transfer window too. So imagine what it'd be like not in the transfer window. No, you can't have it. Why do they constantly put these in there? Oh, Van Arnholt's off to RZ. Love that for you. Accidentally out of the employer. Yeah, I don't even feel bad about doing that. Because I'm going to do it. I would have done that the second she left anyway. Because they're a shit company. With shit employees, frankly. Who promote from within in a way that is so toxic that it basically means that everyone who is just there the longest because they haven't gone anywhere else because they just don't do anything else are the ones that get promoted, and as a result you end up with incompetent people in all the top managerial positions, essentially. Right. Time to ask him to leave again, I guess. It's all a man can do. I'm once again asking you to leave the club. Still a bit of interest from the Owls. I'll tell you what, if I just see any kind of like actual intermediary stuff in there where they'll actually let me have a bid, then I will... Oh, PSV. Conan. Sporting Hihon for a loan. That's not good. God, somebody inverting the pyramid. All right, Jonathan Wilson. What was the other one? Oh, Bauer. I'd love it if he went to PSG. PSG? PSV. I love that with Herabat's agent, he is simply not interested at all in this discussion. Hopefully, just as we go further into the window, this will give us... The fact is, as long as the players are... As long as our transfer targets are still there later in the window, it doesn't actually matter when we sell these guys. Providing we can. Yeah, the only issue I have, basically, the reason she hasn't done it already is just in case something crazy falls through with EA, and then, because then she's resigned and she has no job, and that's the problem, basically, you know. That's why she wanted to make sure she got the contract and everything from the new role, because then it's locked in, right? But until she signed an employment contract there, it's always that risk of the tiny, tiny outlier, but sod's law, innit? I suppose it's probably because I'm his most, like, received phone call number. It's like, God, Roy's in touch again. Barcelona have offered a job interview. Good. Young prepares for Reading testimonial. Why am I being told about this? What connection do I have to this guy? Oh, Ricardo Evans is involved in the game. Yeah, it's Ricardo Evans. I love that we're being offered the Barcelona job, by the way. That's easily the biggest job we probably should check to make sure Barca are off limits. Yeah, let's just have a quick gander. Have Barcelona ever been in a Europe? Ah, darn it. They've been in a European final. I thought we were in there. Sadly not, though. Are we playing back-to-back testimonial? Oh, no, we've got another testimonial later in the window, don't we? I don't remember scheduling any of these friendlies. I was joking, chat. I know they've been in European finals before then. That was the joke. The 7 loans thing is... Oh, we already had them going far. You're right. Shit. Pog, should I repeatedly send you notifications for things that are completely superfluous just so that you get drowned in them and desensitized to notifications? I'll just out your phone number. Sarcasm be whooshing. Barcelona's manager. Good question. Most likely retirement. There seems to be a few managers retiring this particular window. Yeah, we've got a test there. Oh, yeah, they've got the Palace testimony. It's weird that the guy's at Pog's phone number. Like, treat me like an idiot, not... Chat, treat me like an idiot constantly. So I'd expect nothing less from them. If they were too nice to me, I'd get worried. So Barcelona's not that, Marks. Oh, it was Willian Jose, who's now gone to... God, he had a hell of a career. Considering we were in the running with him for the last Palmas job, I think they made the right choice, quite honestly. He's kind of chefed. How did the Euros end? Good question. They might... Oh, they are ever, aren't they? Of course. Euro was won by Spain, 1-0 over Italy. Wow, what a boring Euros final. Oh. The top scorer had 4. Which I'm pretty certain he had after the group... Wow, that is such a boring Euros. Luis Socorro did get 4 clean sheets, though. And now has 26 caps for Spain. Christ. Even Napoli might not be able to afford him, you know. Favourite player this save? I realise this is a random Dutch physio, but it's my guy. How dare he appear above Sven? My guy. He's managed 260 appearances, which is pretty impressive when you consider, like... That's when we signed him. That was 12 years ago. What a guy. Had a lovely loan spell. Still 2-star CA. Still a guy that's kind of... Like, he's actually got solid technicals, solid mentals, and okay physicals. Like, he's a usable player at times if need be. And need do, in fact, rarely be. Didn't like him. When was this? I think you're gaslighting me. I refuse to believe that I never liked Sven Smates. He is. He's just a guy that basically avoids us having to have, like, a high-priced rotation option. Because Sven probably has quite low CA, well, obviously, but his attributes are so perfectly assigned for the role that he plays that it's just useful to keep him about. To take Sven out of the team and take things seriously. Yes, I know. To be fair, I was getting pelters in the VOD comments about that. But as in for playing Sven and Skelly. It was funny, but also like, oh, really? We're having a bit of fun here. But I did. What he's going to do? Voddies, if you're listening right now, I want you to specifically tell Hadrian what you're going to do. If you've got to... 3 hours and 51 minutes into this video, you tell me what you're going to do to Hadrian if it gets through the Nage Gate. The Nage Gate? The Nage Gate. Find low-wage players. Basically, it's more... Oh, for God's sake. It's more just luck than anything else. Like, bear in mind, we're not looking for low-wage players. Sometimes you just find them. But basically, you want players that are rather young and have low world rep is the two things that are most likely going to get you cheaper wages, generally speaking. Shit in a bag of mail too. England want Fleming. No. Go away, England. Take it on the side for a laugh. England manager? I would never. I would never represent England on an international level, and you know it. Shut them down your YouTube. Voddies, don't listen to them. I love the Voddies. I find it crazy that the VODs for this save, or the previous one, but this save as well, get nearly as many views as my old Let's Play videos did on SecondYellowCard back at like 3 or 4 years ago. Like, that's crazy to me. Who come for them? Jesus Christ. Oh, speaking of, the VODs of the series, there you go. Start to say myself, nice. Partick Thistle. Partick Thistle! As Partick Thistle, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that the one with the absolutely horrifying mascot that looks like a sleep paralysis demon? And I'm really hoping, jury, that you haven't seen their mascot, because if not, someone in chat is likely to find it for me in a moment and I get to show you this, which is tremendous. Let's play with the inside of the voice. Why did I make you a mod? I mean, we know why, but like also genuinely why. So yeah, if you've missed it, this is the mod. Oh, this is the, wow, that's a long name. This is the Partick Thistle mascot. If you weren't aware of that. It's a constipated son. It looks like someone described Lisa Simpson down a telephone to someone who was drawing but had never seen The Simpsons. That's what it looks like to me. Oh, our Pug's current job is being this guy. Oh, a floop creation from Spy Kids in it. It's a flugly. Amazing. Who was it that had a boiler as a mascot? Was that West Brom? I think it was. Insane. This is a better photo. There's a bet. Look at the state of this human being. Absolute gopping bit of kit. Oh, why are you so sad? Only the assistant, innit? Also, look at me. Like, boom roasted, I suppose. God, I wish I was in better shape when we did that. That's nearly a year ago now. That's just wild. Anyone fun in these? Jordan Hart of West Ham? Galindo. Oh, hang on. Wait, there's a Mexican at Rakov. Okay, you've considered me intrigued. Show me your Mexican. Where is he? Galindo is wanted too. Oh, he's not. Ooh. Asking to leave. What about QPR? Shame he's a right-sided winger, really, because that's the one position we're so stacked in. Wow, these are really bad options. Paul Herman. 20. He's okay. Like, he's not. He's just. He's all right. Kiskabanis. Wow, you are. Actually, he's better. He's really. Oh no! Parking in the upper field. That kind of red injury prone. Man is going to spend his entire time in the hospital. He's like injury hypochondria. Wow. Oh, you're at Newcastle. Yeah, I suspect we were scouting you when you were at... Oh, he was the next gen guy. The guy that was on loan at Mansfield. Oh. Video you did with the FA. I don't think we're ever going to see that. I was talking to Tom about this the other day. I don't think we're ever going to see this. I'm convinced that video is not ever going to come to pass. I really do hope they pay me for it, though, because that would be... That money could have been really helpful, actually, if they'd paid me for that. Given that it was 9 months ago. That would... It's like... Yeah. It's tough. I might look a bit angry, but I'm really approachable and I love Partick Thistle, so don't be scared to come say hello if you want to see. I would be terrified to even be in the same postcode as that mascot. I did get paid for sitting on the toilet. I chased that up and was able to get that in March. So that took about 9 months as well. Different companies. of course. And Alex, stop chasing him about. Right, good. Can you step it up to the point of actually buying him? Lads. Look at your right funds. Then you're not stepping anything up. This is like at best step up 2. His agent's obviously going to blank me anyway, of course. Ah, dear. Very actually, Johnny, yeah. No, it's just one of those things where I was surprised that it's taken this long. I haven't seen him. Oh, no, I think I've seen Step Up. Speaking of, not really in any way, I watched a film the other day, which I meant to talk about on Sunday stream, actually, as it happens, which was music and lyrics starring Hugh Grant and Drew Barrymore. And, oh, Johnny, I thought you meant me talking about the thingy. And it was much better than I thought it was going to be. Because it was basically like if Hugh Grant's character from Love Actually was like a washed-up singer instead of the Prime Minister. It was the exact same character, but he was incredibly funny. It was way funnier than I ever thought it was going to be. Would recommend it. I also watched Set It Up a couple of nights ago. That was really good too, but I really liked Set It Up. It's one of my favourite rom-com films. I told you that this was what was going to happen. If Pog wasn't here, I was just going to watch rom-com movies. And I did. Watched another one called The Gallery of Broken Hearts. The Broken Hearts Gallery. That was one I'd never seen before. That was alright as well, actually. This is why he now mumfluences. Oh, not in for... Please tell me... I mean, it's not alone. Right. This might be a risk, but... You can't see the figure. It's 16.7 million. 13.6 of which is guaranteed. And 10 of which will be up front. And there's a clause in it too. 16.7 million for Deji. I like Deji. But I don't like him that much. Because that gives us a bit more leeway. I don't know if it would be... it might be enough to go sign one of the guys. Now that I'd have the leeway to at least be able to like... Yeah. Just watching rom-coms and crying myself. That's basically what I was doing last week, half. I realised that I just don't function very well with that Pog around. I couldn't have done more than that. It was weird. It was just kind of complete executive dysfunction, overload, pretty much. Like, still able to do the basic stuff, but it was not great. Oh, please don't get... Oh, thank God for that. Yeah, I like Deji a lot, and I think he's a useful utility man, but we can buy utility players. We get 75%, so we should be getting... It'll certainly bring us up to a much more healthy total with which to go after some of the guys we actually want. Only 400 grand, is that all? I really would like to get a shitty old Z3. That's my like dream project car, I think, at the moment, is to get like a random old Z3. Be so cool. Just like for the summer, you know? They weigh nothing. Nice little engine in it. Convertible. Lovely. I'll buy that with my stream of millions. A reward for actually making it to FM26. I can't afford to do that at all. Maybe a reward for after FM26. To say, hey, you're still here. And then chat will be like, yeah, I'm surprised as you. Right, yeah, go on then. A season out alone at Birmingham City could be really good for him because it would bump his value up, presumably. Who are you? Lucinerini? We will not be losing him or him. Yeah, you can pick up Z3s here for like 1,500 quid. Even for like I think there's a 2 litre one, which I think 2 litre Z3 does sound very fun. I would expect if it's coming. I believe that it is, and I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't be. It probably early September. That'll be my prediction. That's usually when they hit. Maybe a little earlier this year because of obviously it's a weird cycle, but I suspect it will be following relatively similar along the lines of the normal game cycle updates. You'll get like a random teaser. I would really hope, though, that if they do release something, for the love of God, release something. Don't just do the teaser trailer thing. It's like, we know, wow. It has to be something that shows something we haven't seen. Otherwise, you're just going to kill the buzz again. I know that this has often been a problem with SI, hence the, what was it, the 42-minute feature release video, which they still get ripped on to this day. September, yeah, I think maybe by the end of August, perhaps, if we're lucky. Got to show off that roadmap. They've got that lovely new... Oh yeah, they did get ripped for that quite a lot too as well. It's growing on me, but it is still a little bit like... I mean, I'd love another mock-up of Frank Kirby on that, honestly. I think that would be incredibly funny if that was all they released. Imagine they just released the same screenshots again. Just re-released the exact same trailer. That would be funny. No, Alice had a bidding for someone. No, use that money on us, please. I'd very much like you to do that. Loan approach for... Oh, that was that guy from Castilla, wasn't it? Right, Ålesund. Oh, that's what I was meant to do. I forgot to do it. I was going to prioritise Mr. I'm the best player in my age group of all time. There he is. Carestes. It's even got a cool name. Chat, I'm not being stupid here, am I, when I say that we now know less about him than we did before, and I'm assuming that's because the team report has expired on him. God, imagine if he... Because the thing is, right, if we'd have seen this, I'd have been like, oh yeah, he looks alright, but I wouldn't have been, like, wetting myself over his potential ability. But, damn. That's right, he's on the top of the list now, so we should get a more clear picture of what he's like towards the end of today. It's weird seeing these, like, qualifiers. I always forget they exist. You just get thrown straight into it, right? Still be back, right? I hope so, particularly in a World Cup year, but... Also, did you guys see in that the AFC Wimbledon Luton game where there was a random Wimbledon player who was not wearing a kit with the sponsor on, but it was FM? And I swear he was, like, old enough to be wearing any kind of kit. So what was up with that? Did that mystery ever get solved, or was it some really obvious answer? Competition to scout, Cordero. Okay, that's fine. That would actually be... How much would that get us? Do you know what? I might do that. A season of development for him playing for a good team, and we get a minimum of £1 million out of it. Signage roadmap. Yeah, I couldn't see anything either. Did they just run out of shirts? It's the strangest thing. Right. Please, somebody bid. I'm hoping that Conan is the one that's got the more realistic chance of leaving. Villarreal. Asking price is so high. He doesn't have an asking price. Right? It's unspecified. They're like, hey. I reckon we just do this. Because this one's better because it's the more money. I know it's only an extra 2%. It's an extra 2% of intermediary fee, but I think the additional money, if it is as good as that, I mean, let's be honest, it's always going to be the lower amount, will still be better. So that just leaves Ruggiero. I say it's the same players as before. We actually haven't gained anything, have we? New roles. I saw the leaked SI forum thing, but wasn't there already a leak to do with that before that they confirmed, I swear? Or was it like more stuff? Because the stuff on the SI forum was certainly interesting. Even just getting Conan gone would give us the money to play with to at least sign one of the guys we want. Because I can see a world where if we did sell all three of those dudes, there is a chance that we might be able to get both of the players I want. I get Casper Key and Claudio. Yeah, the in and out of possession roles, that would be really cool. I think if that's the case, that would be really awesome as far as like tactical development stuff. And also has loads of room for things to be broken massively, which would be incredibly fun for people like me. But I did see those things you were on about on the SI forums. Where did that even come from, though? Because I was linked to it, and it was just like there. I didn't see any like context surrounding it, which is a little bit perturbing. So it's imagination, probably renamed in the fake screenshot. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, hey, if there is like in and out of possession stuff, that would be really, really cool. Because they used to be, didn't they? Right back in the day before they changed the system. But I'd be so down for that. Anything that just like... But obviously, it would still have to come with the expectation of being able to actually play different tactical roles. Hello, no. Lads, would you like £4.1 million for a random guy? Issa Shera. He's good, but he's never going to play for us. FMDB website. Oh, interesting. Would they go for that? They would. That's 1.8 guaranteed. That's unlikely. That's more likely. That's still a good couple of million quid in the guarantee there. Squad numbers. Right. Did someone just naturally get number 69 there? Oh, it's just a random Icelandic guy. I want to make sure we got number 37 free. Of course the Strawberry's in that role. Hey, he's another player we should probably try and sell. Now I think about it, not going to be worth anything, but it makes sense that we do try and find a way to move him on. Where the hell is he? There he is. Oh, he's got more value now. Somehow. $800k. It's money. Yeah, fuck it. He needs to go because he will just kick off again, right? If we don't sell him, he's just going to get all funny about it. Burnley Championship. No manager, actually. Oh, no, no captain currently. Maurice Ross, or Maurice. I'm guessing it's Maurice because he's Scottish. He's the current boss. Wow, they have been on a bit of a... I must have missed the part where Burnley went to League One for a season. FPL join code. Oh, really? Ah, you're right. I need to update. I think it's when I renewed it, it created a new code, so I need to update the command. So yes, I will... If someone can put that in the Discord for me, I will go and do that after stream, because I will just forget otherwise, and I don't have the tools on me to put it in my Notion list at the moment. But yeah, I will do that, because that's what happened. When I renewed the league, it changed the code for some reason. So I need to regenerate the thing and just update the command, which should be okay. But yeah, Burnley are... Have they even... Oh, no, they were in the Premier League for quite some time in this, so I can beat more people. I'm going to try and take it a bit more seriously this year. Hopefully. In the sense that I'm actually going to do it rather than just auto-picking. Because I have to auto-pick a team in order to actually regenerate the league. But then I just forget about it. But I've had a few years off of it now, so... Half and half scarf? What? Half pasta and half arse? Like, what are we doing here? Nice. A Burnley man. It does sound very Burnley, doesn't it? Besiktas in offer for Conan. Come on, lads. 11.75 million. Which would give us basically £11 million in transfer funds. It's not as much as I would like, but it does establish an offer. Which now means I can offer him out for like 12 million. And see if anyone else is biting. Because we've now established an amount that he is worth that someone is willing to pay. That's the dream. If we can encourage some other teams, because they might be thinking, oh, that's a bit lower than his actual amount. It has, yeah, and it's tough. Basically today, I really want to go as far as seeing whether we can sign that guy. Since we're getting to 3 o'clock now, and I want to see if we can get that dude. No offers for Conan. Reported interest from Anderlecht, Real Sociedad, Villarreal and Girona. Any deal is... Well, then make an offer for him. Would overall... Then fucking sign him. I might just offer him out again. For the exact same amount. See if anyone actually comes for him. It's the hope. Plus we've got that Palace testimonial in there as well. If nothing... Oh, there we go. Yeah, we needed that. Render progress. No offers for Conan. I mean, you can offer to the club specifically, but it won't have any more effect. But bear in mind, what I'm doing right now is offering to them clubs. Like... Basically, the more things you add here, the less likely a club is to actually come in for them. This is what we've basically found out over the years. So right now, I'm offering him to those clubs, but they're not interested. So by offering them directly to the clubs, it doesn't change anything. They're still not interested. I suspect it's because they don't want to pay that much money, but maybe I'll offer him for the same amount. Someone bid for the Straub, yeah. Only 800k. That's the most surprising one of the lot, honestly. That Deji's gone for 13 million quid, rising to 17. That's good cash. That'll give us at least enough money, or close enough, to structure a deal for one of the guys we want. But if we can sign a... And that will also mean if we could sign both, we might still be able to have enough money left over to sign some other random guys. Go half of that. Yeah. But that's how it goes, right? Budget now. 14.7 million. Okay, we're in a better state now. And the wages are gone too, which is good. So Norton, I've got him. He gets 10%. But that's all right. No offers for Conan. That's so weird. Problem is now, because he's under a bid, I now can't do the whole agent offer thing. We just have to wait. I'd kind of suck if he did go to Besiktas. Offer him back on loan. No, I think I'm alright, lads. What are you doing? They think I want him back on loan. Lads, I'm trying to get rid of him. You don't understand the part you're playing in this deal. It's definitely helped, though. those leagues turned off have made a huge difference. To the point where, literally, next stream, we're going to be able to play a game pretty much immediately. Because, like, literally, the under-19 league's already started now. AC Barracuda. Sounds like a car. And that's going to make an even bigger difference when we're outside of the window. It's going to be so much easier to progress between games. There's a lot of, like... Oh, Yahic has lost a bit of his... Okay. San Jose Chelsea. Doesn't he just... Oh, I saw a really cool jersey on Vinted. A Sharks jersey. I think jersey. It was like a jumpery kind of thing. It looked pretty cool. Obviously, I would never be caught dead wearing that. Oh, it's Trevor Williams. The Bivvy Scott dude. That's cool. I like that nationality combination. As do this one. Ethiopian Swiss. Temgejan Endale. The massive version. I don't know if he's that tall, is he? He's 6'2". That's a pretty tall version, yeah. Fair. Right, what about that? Then... Oh my god, there's some... Oh, wait. You're ludicrously priced. So are you, in fact. Wait, you weren't at Arsenal before, were you? Oh, yes, he was. These are all next-gen players. That's why we're seeing them. I think almost all of those guys are all next-gen guys. Because otherwise, I don't know why else I would have scouted them. You, we've got in the back pocket for the moment. Anyway, Guillaume. Expensive as fuck winger. Decent, if not spectacular. Also very expensive. 107 million is quite a lot, yeah. Raul Gliga of PSV. He's a bit expensive. Romanian Dutch. Pretty cool. He does have decent professionalism in there somewhere. But way too expensive for us. Bastian Garnier. Ah, this was the other Swiss guy. Who's he wanted by? Okay. I liked Bastian Garnier, and I still like Bastian Garnier. We obviously can't signing him yet, but as a backup... Oh, we're going to carry on until we find out about that random Slovakian dude, which is like the 6th or something. Or the 7th, sorry. The 7th. We want to see if we can actually sign him. I don't know if you might have missed this earlier, Andy. We got a 15-year-old on the team report who had 3-star CA. But we couldn't sign him at the time. But we think maybe when he turns 16, we might be able to put a bid in because he's at a Slovakian club. So there's an outside chance that we might be able... Because if we could get him over the line... Oh, excitement. Yeah, we're that close to the PSG game. We've been cooking. He must be so good. I wish I could show you him, but the problem is, because we've gone 30 days past the team report, we've lost information on him. So he doesn't actually look that good now. But when you see his actual attributes that we could see when we first saw him, he's fucking outrageous. He has like 18 technique at 15 and like 18... Was it 18 work rate as well? Or was it 16? There was a lot of blue. We might have more information on him now, actually. Potentially. Just because he is number 1 on the list. I wonder if we could maybe see more information on him. Nah, he's gone back to being completely blank for the time being. He'd be in the next scout. We might see him right before we actually get a chance to see it. Yeah, 15 passing as well. Christ. Lewis McGarry rejects loan offer from Silkeborg. Great. Tristan, bud. I will give you a new contract one day, but it will not be until I've triggered that clause. Please be a good lad about this. Oh. Take us any further. Who are you going to take it to? Yes! Okay, that was surprising. I thought I was kind of cooked there, but all right. To get knowledge, but I guess I could, but I think we will actually get that report, because remember, we're getting like... He's prioritized as the number 1 thing. We're getting scout reports like every single week. In fact, sometimes quicker than that. I think we'll probably get the information on it before that comes through anyway. And when you do a team report and prioritize it, it still takes 4 to 5 days to appear, even if you prioritize it, because there's like a 4 to 5 day lag time on team reports. That's why they don't start straight away. Hello, Fry. Oh, you have... Oh, wait, is this... Oh, that's fine. They're both being sold anyway. As is he. Love that for you. So these guys gone now. So I can offer you trials again. We're at least swimming in a lot. At least next stream, we'll be able to play some games and we'll be swimming in cash, which we can just go throwing into those 2 players. Because I actually really would, if I can structure the deals right, like to sign both of them. I totally agree with what you guys were saying about how the Danish guy needs work. But I do wonder if we could work on, because he's young enough, if he has a higher ceiling, perhaps, than Claudio. And he certainly has the professionalism to go there if there is any options. And best case scenario, if we grab both, then it won't matter, right? I mean, it'll cost us a fortune, but we would be set for the DM role for a long, long time. And imagine if we then managed to get this other guy over the line as well. Because I don't think we're likely to be able to get Almeida. We could still get Almeida, but I think he's happy to stay now, isn't he? If we'd have had a bit more money sloshing around at the start of the window, I probably would have pulled the pin on the Almeida deal. It just would have cost us a bit of money. I do know that we're just playing a random testimonial friendly against Palace. I'm pretty certain I've only scheduled like one friendly in this pre-season. The rest of them were just already there. Rangers. Bully Junior signing Pervert. Oh, I'm still well on board. If we've got the money later in this window, I'm definitely signing Perverts. There's no way I'm missing an opportunity to sign Perverts. Likes will play in defeat. Ah, yes. I mean, he does have 12 first touch, I suppose, but like, do we need that? Showing for passes. He's a centre back. Where's he showing for passes? I reckon we could pick up Perverts for like 2 or 3 million. And just for the joke alone, if he does have good PA, he's well worth it. Right? Think of the memes. Even if I wouldn't be able to put it on TikTok, because I'll probably get demonetized or something. Right, I'm going to just... Actually, let's hoik a little bit more of that. I mean, it's only minimal in it. I'm actually that as it is, actually. Oh, if you missed it earlier, this is literally his name. This isn't like a nickname or anything. There's this guy here at Aarhus. His name is Perverts. And the weirdest thing about him isn't even his name. It's the fact that he's 16 years old and is demanding to leave a club that he's never played for, because obviously he's 16, because of agreed playing time. He's 16. I've never seen a 16-year-old force a move because of lack of playing time. No, I mean, I might still try it anyway, right? Because it's the sort of clip that could blow up, potentially. I know that's not how we say his name. But, like, come on now. There are perverts in Aarhus. There are. How do we say his name? Out of interest. In case I ever actually have to say it and not get censored. Are we going to have to face scan before we're allowed to see his name, chat? Think of the headlines. We'll prefer perverts over world-class centre-back. Oh, tremendous. Hey, Suso Santana's off. Amazing. This is where he's taking the Barcelona job or something. Oh no, that's even weirder. He's gone to Wales. So strange. Perverts. Yeah. But come on, I'm not going to miss this opportunity. Boateng's off. A posh accent. I think fine I do. I was told this repeatedly, if you recall. Don't get that so much anymore. Wonder why that stopped. I'm a pronunciation god. You should have heard me doing Orsat earlier. I was terrible at it. So I'm glad you didn't. So Vasquez has gone there. He's taking his time over this, is old Lamine. I might just try and offer back for Poland. I've at least got a history with Polish pronunciation. Some of them I can do. But I can't wait to learn. It's going to be great. Because I want to get better. Any fun teams knocking about in these parts? It's clearly Swansk, not Slask. Agreed. No considers impossible. Very good at that game. I probably would, but I think I don't have the patience for it. Honestly. Or I'm just... I almost feel like I haven't really fully super genuinely enjoyed something in about 10 years, and that is a problem. Like, genuinely. Like, obviously I enjoy things from time to time, but like, in a true joy standpoint. And hopefully that's the sort of thing I'd like to see change. From... We're getting there, though. You need cock and kuns. You absolutely do. Balatro. Like, I do. Balatro is fun, but it's an addictive gameplay loop that is sort of like a number kind of go big vibe, which is good, but it's not like... It's not the same thing. Crying can have a rom-coms. Well, don't out me like that, obviously. Get the 30-second preview songs out. Now we're talking. I enjoy you in the same way I enjoy The Dentist. You know? Wait, is that a... Oh, a Luxembourg... Wait, surely not another output. This is crazy.
40 years of this. I must like it. I will go to the VOD now.
Well, you're in for a treat when you go to the VOD. TSRT, thank you for the 40 months. That's very, very nice of you. Jean-Paul Kissling, which I would call... just an amazing name. He could not sound more Swiss. Did I say 40 years? Thank you for the 40 years, TSRT. See you soon. I was more interested in the Kevin Rodriguez, the Norwegian Luxembourger at Ålesund. He's fun. And this guy here, at Alexis Silva... Sorry, he's not at Alexis Silva. He is Alexis Silva. At Academia Puerto Cabello. See, not a team we would have ever scouted before if I hadn't done the deep stuff. He's your assistant right now. No need. Mr. the Assistant's on... I've got Mr. the Assistant on both feet right now. And about... That's a lot better than he has in my save. Cole Palmer has been doing... Well, he's retired now, obviously, but he's done an awful lot of nothing. Just an idea in it. Shows where I'm at. Where's Mr. the Physio? He's on the other foot. I am, despite the fact that I'm wearing, like, blue flannel shorts, that I am actually wearing some cheeky little ankle socks. One of the first 13 league games of the season. Damn, okay. Go off, sis. So I just want to see if our boy is on this list. He is. He is. Oh, look at the state of him. This is still not as complete as the original report we saw, but you should get a better idea of why we are over the moon about this guy. He actually arguably looks even better. Because we know for a fact that his passing is 15. Yeah, he's 15. This is the player that came through earlier in the report, in the thing, but we actually had a better report on him earlier. So his technique is 18. And I believe his work rate is 16. That much we do know because they were both blue. So not only is he as good as this, but he's on the higher end a lot of these. Schubert is joining us in January because it was a free transfer. Was passing 16? Yeah. And his technique was 18. And this guy's only 15 years old. I couldn't believe... Like, when we saw in the team reports that he was, like, a little bit out... He's just... if we can sign this guy... everything changes. We can't basically find out until the 7th because he turns 16 then. And if he is willing to... That's why we've got that note there. That's basically what we're doing today. We're going till we can find out if he'll join us yet. This guy is... For me, when I initially saw him, I believe he is the best player in that age profile I've ever seen in FM. And I have said that again about another player in this save, but this guy is better. By quite a lot as well. Like, if that guy was 22, you'd be like, oh, okay, solid. Shazzy's injured. That's unfortunate. Yeah, he's gone out on loan. Standard FM. Yeah, it's going to be tougher next year doing that, isn't it? Sven is clear. Agreed. Sven's the best in every age group. So Al Strawberry's gone. Just signed Kiefer Moore. We had someone in chat that used to love Kiefer Moore. If you see this, I hope you're still good. I can't remember who it was. There might be a chat right now. I just haven't spoken about Kiefer Moore in ages. Look at that. Just in between day, like nothing. That's a very good... Wrexham have made some really astute signings. They know what they're doing. Like, they're getting guys that are names to an extent, but also can still do a job. And they're just... Yeah, I mean, they're obviously going to have to sell someone else, I suppose. Stoyan is still the captain, obviously. New vice captain. Why do we need a new vice captain? Who did we sell? It turns out it was Deji the entire time. Right, who's got the leadership? Velasquez actually wouldn't be the worst idea. He's a starter for us. Nice. I don't mind a bit of that. Do we just beat Palace? That's a good sign. Do it again. I don't think they will, but I also don't think they're going to be in any real trouble. Oh, why do they want to remove him? He's great. He's like the second best leadership as well. I guess it's because he's young. Young captains always are a bit well. I mean, both of our vice and I think they're 21 and 20 respectively. It's like an NHL team. Oh, there he goes. Sucks that none of the other clubs ever came in for him, but to get... We get 6 million in the transfer kitty for that. The club gets even more money, which keeps us stable financially, which is useful just in case they try to pull some bollocks on us and sell a player out from underneath us. So keeping us stable at the back. And we're going to get millions from the Europa League too. That's Awesome. Okay, he gets a little bit of that himself as well. But that's fine. We signed him for free. That's all pure profit on him. Ooh, scout report. Hopefully that's got a bit more on our guy in it. But now what are we doing transfer-wise? 22.4 million and a 72 grand a week wage budget available for us now. That means basically next stream, both of those two lads potentially. But honestly, I'm more interested in our guy here, if he's actually in the report. There he is. He's injured again? Shit, fuck. Oh no, that's not him. Well, that is him, annoyingly. That is him, but it's a different him. That's one of the two players we wanted to sign, who's just got a hip injury. That's really not good. Does make our situation a little bit easier, because he's going to be out for 5 months now. That was one of the two players I was going to sign. He's him, but he's a different him. We're singing from a different hymn sheet with him. I've said the word hymn too many times now. It is definitely nice, but he does have a lot of other attributes, like the fact that he's so much better, like, physically. I say better physically. He's not so... He just offers some different stuff, and he has got the professionalism that I believe that Claudio lacks. But what I say about Claudio is he definitely... Oh, hello. Oh, next stream is going to be good. Oh, there he is. There's our guy. Still no information on him. The team report... That shows you how powerful team reports are. Tony Great. Yeah, Tony Great is a Patreon player, so it's not actually like a real name pack name. Turn 16 tomorrow. Yeah, we've got the note on him, so that should be okay. I just kind of wanted to be able to show you guys that missed him earlier, what he looks like more. Willie Hernandez is great. I tell you what, just so that we can focus on this guy, we'll just send those guys around again. I'm also going to prioritize, eventually, our guy once more. Nice. Cool. Was that midweek game against Lille? Increased transfer revenue retention. It might be worth a go. Obviously, it would be pointless. Not pointless. It wouldn't have much of an effect on us now because we've done most of the sales we'd like to do. However, it can't hurt to ask, just in case we do sell Ruggieri. Oh, we can also ask for increased trade. Can I do... Yes, I can. Nice. If we can increase it, we want to get them up to 20 as fast as possible, basically. Because it would be nice to bring some players for our own youth academy rather than having to steal them from Slovakian sides. Or if there's one player I'm stealing from a Slovakian side, it's that dude. We've got 75% at the moment, which is a good amount, but, you know, it's not as good as 100. And even that might be starting to get a little bit squiffy because we've been generating a lot of revenue lately. It's not. It could be a lot worse for sure. For Kone. Didn't quite work out the way I was hoping with that dude, honestly. When I bought him, it was very much an investment for them. Right, let's go and... I know it's only the 6th, but fuck it. We'll just go to the 7th. Let's do what I said I was going to do. Vindicar, thank you for the follow. Ooh. For 3... Oh, we've had way worse. At one point, I was almost at 0, I think. What was it? We had one that was like... I think it was 10% at one point. Was that in Belgium? Or was it in Belgium? We were keeping more of it, but we had a negative transfer model anyway, so it wasn't... Like, every season, we'd start with, like, negative £1 million. Right, here we go. Obviously, I can't ask his agent again because we've already done that. But we can still do the same thing by bidding on him. It's annoying that we can't do that, but... Also, I'll give you whatever you want. I think you're always retiring. Please, please. Should I see red here? Shit. That's fine. I will not be dissuaded. That's okay. We are not done with this fella. By any means. There's no way we're done with that. This guy is... I'm going to sign this player. Because even here, you're like, this guy's insane for 16. Considering he's just literally today turned 16. Through shortlisting him. True. Bear in mind, you find out no matter what you do anyway. Make a difference? No. I mean, we could try it, but actually, no, that's the last thing you want to do. Because if I do that, it can alert other teams to him. And the last thing we want is other teams that could maybe clout their way through there to go and get him. Reputation. It's fine. It's not great, but the thing about that helps us here is because his reputation is very low. A Bob Ross vibe. Explain. I am curious. That's an interesting comparison. Is it just because I have massive hair? And I'm a painter. I'm creating art in attributes. I'm not. I will sign this guy. We're making it happen. The desk is great. A standing desk is just the best thing. That doesn't feel right for his development is because he's under 18. No, he does. You're right, but then so does Steinmetz. And do you know what? If that's the only issue and he has insanely high PA, then nobody's perfect, right? He is so good for the age profile that it's wild. Yeah, we don't want to do top target because it will just encourage all of the big vultures to come sniffing around. And we have to do this like under wraps. We've got to like Luke de Jong this situation, right? Like nobody knows about it. Keep it on the DL. The philosophy? Philosophy? I think maybe you're confusing my stupid analogies with philosophy, but I'll take it. You know, me, Franz Kafka, and Friedrich Nietzsche. Book on his medical, yeah. Like a mess, then you turn it into a tree. I think it's the other way around there. I think it's a tree that I turn into a mess. Like, obviously, we're not done with this guy. I will make it my mission this season to sign this guy. I wish I could... I honestly wish we'd taken a screenshot when we got the initial team report through so I could show you how good he is, but he's basically on the upper end of almost every single one of these attributes as well, and he's still only 15, which is just batshit. That affiliate agreement, I think that's fine, because isn't there... Who's their affiliate agreement with? Sampdoria. No, they're like second tier, right? Nope. Sampdoria could not be more yo-yoic. We're in Europe. They've not got Europe. I don't think we're going to have an issue with Sampdoria. 3.5-star rep. 3. We have the same rep as Sampdoria. I think we'll be okay. But yeah, I can see what you mean. Sorry, for some reason I was convinced. I've actually saved that like 3 times there. I think we'll be okay. Oh, God. That guy, though. It's exciting when you find talent like this because it's just, they don't come along at that kind of level of development very often. The fact that it's been updated to now show him having 3.5-star CA, which we know is probably untrue, it's just because of the vagueness of the team reports. But, like, still, I'm utterly blown away by that. Right, who is live this afternoon? Who have we got? Oh, is Ben not on today? In that case, we will do... Let's do D-Boy. Because D-Boy will be competing in the charity. Actually, so will Robbo, to be fair. It's got grip socks, so I'm told. Probably less wages. Maybe. But we've got to try. Because if you don't try, you'll never know. Ivo NL84, thank you very much for the follow. If you have enjoyed today and you are new to my streams, I'd appreciate it if you drop a follow. I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, usually, until when I'm too busy, you know. Which is rarely, because I don't really do anything. Except I am going fishing this afternoon, again, which is going to be nice. Have a pint or something like that. That's going to be delicious. So yeah, thank you for joining me. This is, despite the fact that we've barely been able to sign anybody, we've still had enough kind of intriguing things that it sets up for next stream incredibly well. Because things are going to move way faster now, as you can see from the fact that we're already up to our first league game of the season. And we've got £22 million to spend next stream on crazy DMs and people like this random 16-year-old. Yeah, so enjoy the rest of your day, my friends. I will see you lovely folks on Thursday. Fishing nature and chill. Do you know what? You might be right, Zone. I'm going to go with it. I'm going to grow my hair out even more and start with like one of them painting things. Brush. Anyway, see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.